Well, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. With that, I'll ask Tracy to do roll call.
Mayor from the Valley,
Here.
Councilor Lori Sidoff,
Here.
Councilor Bill Florence,
Here.
Councilor Bill Clea,
Here.
Councilor Bill Rodnick,
Here.
Councilor Sean Picho,
Here.
Councilor Sandra Collins.
Yeah. With that, I will do the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we're gathered on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin National people, specifically the Madawaska people of the Madawaska River. We further acknowledge that the Algonquin people have been stewards of this land since time immemorial, and we strive to teach the land with flora and fauna it supports, the people, their customs and traditions. We treat them with honor and respect. Today, this home is home to people of all walks of life, and we acknowledge the shared opportunities and responsibilities to live, work, and survive within this beautiful territory. She regrets all my relations. With that, I'll ask if there's any additions or amendments to the agenda. Seeing none, I will ask for a motion for the adoption of the agenda.
I'll adopt.
Been moved by Councilor Collins, seconded by
I'll second it.
Councilor Florent.
The Council for the Corporation of the Township of South Algonquin adopts the agenda as circulated for the regular council meeting of September 6, 2023.
All in favor? Opposed, is carried. Is there anyone who wants to declare disclosure of pecuniary interest today? Okay, just checking. Okay, with that, I'll move over to delegations and presentations. We have Lisa Severin and Jason St. Pierre from the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, known as EORN, to do a presentation on the Salgat project. So welcome, people coming. Please make yourself at home and
Well, thank you for inviting us up today. We appreciate the opportunity to meet with the council and the mayor. Thank you. My name is Jason St. Pierre. I'm the CEO of the Eastern Ontario Regional Network. This is Lisa Severinson. She's our Director of Communications. We have a presentation we want to go through with council today. We'll walk through that. If there's any questions, you can let us know. Part of the purpose for us, even though we are under the EOWC, and Algonquin, as we are well aware, is not necessarily part of the EOWC. The project that we are working on goes beyond just the traditional EOWC boundaries and has an impact within South Algonquin as well. So that's why we felt it was relevant to come and share some information on the project that we're working on. And as there's always challenges with new infrastructure as it's being built. So if there's concerns or issues, we want to make sure we had an opportunity to introduce ourselves and answer any questions or concerns that you may have, or you may be hearing through your constituents as well. So with that, we'll take a walk through the presentation, and if any questions at any time, please let me know.
thank you very much.
So quickly, we just have a quick agenda we'll run through. There. I look at that package I have is different than that. That's the one that we presented. So, all right, we'll go through that one then. So we have a quick agenda, just who we are, the Salgat project itself, and if there are any questions, we'll take those as well. So just quickly who we are. So the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus was founded in 2002 with the purpose of regional advocacy for challenges experienced by the 11 counties and the 2 single municipalities in Eastern Ontario. Again, we acknowledge that South Algonquin is not part of the EOWC, but again, the project we're working on does impact this, so we feel it is relevant to share this information. They do monitor the federal, provincial, and municipal legislations, regulations, and information, and prepare research and analysis on regional issues. Created by the EOWC in 2010, EORN helps to create innovative public-private partnerships to address the digital divide and support for a stronger future for rural communities in Eastern Ontario. And EORN, we are a non-for-profit organization dedicated to improving the rural connectivity, supporting economic growth, and enhancing the quality of life, especially with a focus on rural communities. Maybe if you can just go back, I think the slide that first there, we go. Now we're live. So I guess I didn't have my big intro all the way there. So the cell gap project itself, just an overview. So the project that's addressing the digital divide in Eastern Ontario, we are upgrading approximately 312 existing sites that Rogers is owned through Eastern Ontario to support LTE phones as well as 5G. Approximately 302 of those towers have been completed to date across Eastern Ontario. We have approximately 260 new tower sites that will be built through Eastern Ontario. 13 of those have been completed to date. We are a little bit off of our forecasted pace that we were hoping for. We initiated the project, but we'll talk about that in a few minutes. And we have approximately 74 towers that we're going to be co-locating on through Eastern Ontario. So these are third-party owned towers, which Rogers is making through co-location agreements. They are co-locating on those towers. And we have about 31 of those sites that are complete now through Eastern Ontario. The project work is to be completed by 2025, and we will meet or exceed our targets and our project goals. We also have a service level agreement in place for 5 years after the project has been completed to ensure that the capacity and the service levels are at the guarantees or the promises that were made. Next slide, please. The benefits of the project, biggest one is to close that coverage gaps to help people stay connected through Eastern Ontario. The project was, from the cell gap perspective, was initiated through our MPs and our MPPs as they were driving through Eastern Ontario and they were losing connectivity and unable to take those important phone calls while they're driving between their home ridings in Toronto or Ottawa. They reached out to the EOWC to see what could be done. EORN had a very successful track record in the broadband expansion that was done in 2010, 2000 to 2015. And it was felt that with that experience, we would have an opportunity to try to close those cellular gaps as well throughout Eastern Ontario. Through this project, we will increase capacity. So by moving from a traditional 3G to a 5G type service, the number of subscribers that are able to connect on those networks are quite a bit more than they are on a 3G. The LTE will also help support voice capacity throughout Eastern Ontario. And the majority of these towers will be fiberized, so fiber optic cables will be placed to them. So that will also increase future capacity and give us future scalability as the population or the amount of traffic through these areas increases. It will improve public safety, so our 911 calls, which is one of the biggest drivers that we've had through this, is that public safety concern where there's the inability to reach 911. Through the infrastructure builds and the additional capacity, we expect that we'll be able to close a number of those challenges through Eastern Ontario. Improve municipal services, so for paramedics, public works, etc. With the introduction of high definition, it does permit for high density applications where there's a lot of data usage required. One of the examples we often use is that if a paramedic is transporting a patient in the back of the ambulance, through the high definition services and 5G, it'll allow for that video connectivity with the emergency room. So they'll have a better understanding of what could be done in the back of the ambulance by the paramedics on route, but also gives the hospital an opportunity to prepare for what's coming through in real time. So they know what's coming to the hospitals. For public works, we are starting to see applications in some of our smaller municipalities where not necessarily the GPS, but the geolocations are being able to be explored for better services, whether it's salting the roads, garbage pickup, these types of opportunities. We start to build towards smart cities. The 5G and the improved services will be imperative for those types of opportunities. Improve economic opportunities and tourism experiences. When we started, and this was before I started, but previous life, I was working in parallel with URN. And we would have talked a lot in those days about trying to get people to come out to cottage country on a Friday. We want to get them out of the city. We want them to spend money in our rural areas and be part of those. And just through the broadband projects, we saw those types of opportunities in cottage rentals, in extended stays at hotels, etc. Now we're starting to really push forward through the 5G as people through Zoom calls and video calls are able to spend 4 or 5 days, might come in on the Thursday, stay till the Tuesday now, take those calls from the cottage on the Monday. And the network we're building will allow for those types of opportunities through Zoom and remote access But you need that consistent bandwidth to be able to do that. And through this project, that is one of our targets. The new towers will allow for future deployment of fixed wireless and new technologies and roles in. So when we started this project, we were talking about 5G was sort of a goal that we had. We're looking at. We're already seeing places where the network we've built is 5G plus, and there's talk of the next generation of technologies coming through. So the infrastructure being built will be sustainable for that growth, and will allow for future changes where it may just be a matter of upgrading the radios or modifying the radios to be able to serve the next types of technologies. But the infrastructure, the towers that are being built, they'll be able to support those things. And the fiber cables that are being placed to build to those tower sites will also be scalable for those types of growth opportunities. The next slide, please. So the goals of our project, our goal is to achieve 99% coverage in Eastern Ontario, where people live, work, and travel on major roadways, so that they can make and receive cellular phone calls. That was the business case that was developed and built for us, for the province and the federal government, was for the cellular coverage throughout Eastern Ontario, so people could make phone calls. We have a target of 95%. We're talking about, again, work, travel on major roadways with standard definition service levels, which can support web browsing and social media, so your smaller data applications. And we have 85% of the population in those same areas where we're looking at high definition service levels, which can support video conferencing, movie streaming, and other data intensive applications. And we feel, based on our current propagation planning and some of the tower sites and upgrades, that we will be able to achieve these goals. Next slide, please. Financial breakdown. So the project itself, at the time of this slide, was over $300 million of investment in Eastern Ontario. It's one of the largest investments from a broadband expansion project that we've made. So and then that's a combination of in-kind contributions as well as financial contributions from the provincial, federal, municipal, and Rogers. So on the breakdown, the provincial governments contributed $71 million towards this project. The federal government has contributed just under $71 million for the project. The EOWC and the EOMC, which is the Ontario Mayor's Caucus, contributed $10 million to the project. And Rogers has $150 million that they're contributing to this program. So it's a very large investment that's being made through Eastern Ontario over the next couple of years for this project. We're also, sorry, that's fine. No, that's fine. You leave it there. We are also currently working on ROI calculation. So we do have a very positive ROI, return on investments, so far already on the investment that's being made, and we will continue to monitor that. And at the end of the project, that will be one of the things we're looking at, is for the contributions that are made, what type of return we're seeing on those. Okay, so next slide. So the steps to construction, we always feel this is an important one because there's always parts of this that you start to hear about late in the process, or you hear about in the planning process, etc. But just from a holistic view on the steps of construction, we take a walk through this. So the first step on this, and even really there's a step prior to this, would be the planning session that would have been done between Rogers and URN, is to figure out the network locations where towers are going to be required to be able to internetwork with each other. The network we're building feeds off of each other. So there is any one tower is important in this network because we actually require them to be able for transport, port hops, for coverage, etc. So the first piece was to look at the overall layout of Eastern Ontario, build a propagation map, and decide more or less, and this is a very, very high level exercise, sort of throwing darts, but where those towers would need to be located to be able to get the optimal coverage, but also for transport services and the backhaul as well. Once we have that and we get into the community, the biggest step, of course, is to find a property that meets the needs of that network. This has been a very large challenge in some cases. We've been very successful in finding landlords who are willing to work with us, or work with Rogers in this case on land. Part of the challenge is the parcel size that we need, because we are putting in most cases, a macro tower, so a 70 to 90 meter tower. So there's a footprint that's required on that. And to find a landlord who is willing to host that has been a challenge. But once we are successful in that, the next step is to negotiate with that landlord to ensure that we are able to fulfill their requirements, but also meet ours. Part of that would be to ensure that we have power nearby, that there might be fiber optic cables, that we have road access, that it is not on Crown land. So that's why we are working with private landowners at this point. So a lease is negotiated with that landowner. Once we've been successful in negotiating that lease, we conduct an archaeological assessment. Now, this is new to our project, and this was shared to us through the province, that each of our new tower sites, the 260 tower sites that we are building, we are required to do an archaeological assessment and a natural heritage assessment on each of those sites. So when I spoke earlier, say we're a little bit behind schedule, this process and learning how to properly build out a effective mitigation strategy with our Indigenous communities has been a learning experience for all of us, and we've grown quite a bit due to this, but it has added a little bit of cycle time on to where we'd hope to be at this point. All valuable information, and it's been a really insightful process, but it did add some time to our program. Once we've been successful in this and we have not found anything within the archaeological assessment, we move next to the next step, which is to follow the land use authority process within the municipalities. We currently do have 3 tower sites within South Algonquin that we are looking for. One has been approved, so we have 2 more that are looking for land use authority from the municipality, so we can proceed. Once we have that, we notify the province of the success and we are ready to proceed. And then we start the site preparation, and the site preparation from the time the ground is cleared until the tower is up can take anywhere between 6 and 9 months, depending on some of the requirements through the mitigation process. So if there are species at risk, if it was a migratory pattern for birds, if there is deer yards, these are all things we're learning. So we take that into respect when we're building this. So we're timely on when we start the build and when we finish those builds. Throughout the entire process, though, consultation with Indigenous communities and organizations is in the ongoing process and throughout the duration of the project. So we work very closely with the community, the Indigenous communities throughout Eastern Ontario, to ensure that they are aware of where we're at with the project, the next steps, and we want to ensure that whatever's being done here is benefiting all of the residents in Eastern Ontario.
Can we go back to the first part of that?
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to your explanation of the logic behind doing it on private property as opposed to Crown land in a township where like 85% Crown land. And I'm sure there's cell towers all across Northern Ontario on both of the highway systems, and it's probably 99% Crown land there. I guess it doesn't seem logical to me.
So the challenge we have is when we signed our agreement with the province, as part of our agreement, if we went with the Crown land, it would trigger an environmental assessment, but not just on that site, on all 260 of our sites throughout Eastern Ontario. So
Yeah, but you just told us you're doing that anyway.
No, we're doing archaeological assessments. We're doing natural heritage assessments, but we're not doing the environmental assessments on each of those sites.
You should be, shouldn't you?
So cell towers, the construction of cell. So if someone wanted to come and put just a cell tower here, they don't have to go through the environmental assessment process. But our project was a large project, so during the negotiation phase for our transfer payment agreement with us and the province, the stipulation was we would be exempt from an EA because we were a large project as long as we didn't build on Crown land. That was the agreement that was completed. So for us, it would trigger. Now we do part of our natural heritage assessments. We work with, we work very closely with Pikwakanagan, and they visit sites, especially sites that they may have an interest in. So we view the sites. We're very conscious of the environmental impacts. from a natural heritage perspective. So we are doing some of that environmental, but it's not a full-blown environmental assessment on the entire region.
Are the rules different for Rogers than it is for Bell?
So if Rogers was coming to build, if Rogers and Bell were coming to build towers that aren't a part of our project, they may choose to build on Crown land and wouldn't have the requirement for an EA.
Because they certainly are in South Algonquin.
I imagine they would be, but for our project, because we receive funding from the federal and provincial government of almost $142 million, that was part of the agreement.
It's handcuffing you because you're not reaching where the towers are needed.
Well, through the propagation mapping, we've done the best we can with that in, and that's.
Well, I'm gonna show you when we get to this map over here, but you're not.
I'm expecting to, so, yeah. No, and that has been, you're not the only municipality that we've had these discussions with. It has been identified in others as well, where there's a high percentage of Crown land in these areas. So from that perspective, if we weren't funded the way we are, it would be an option that we would look at. It would probably make our lives a little bit easier at times. But because of our transfer payment agreements with the province and the federal government, it's not allowing us to go on the Crown land at this point without the risk of triggering 100 or 260 environmental assessments. And that risk for us based on the time and the resourcing is just.
Seems like a terrible waste of money to me. Build a tower where it's not required because you don't want to go through the environmental assessment to build one where it is required.
Well, the towers that we're building are still where they need to be able to meet the network topography as well as where most of the service. We're close to the highways, we're closer to the populations. So
Again, when we get to that map, I'll prove that you're wrong.
But, and I don't disagree with you, but I'm sure you will, but that's where we are right now, so. Any other questions on this slide or? Okay.
I do have one comment. You were talking about the connectivity and in medical end of things. A lot of specialists now, of course, our area goes into Ottawa for that, and a lot of using Zoom now. So if you're not able to connect well, that means a trip down the road. Either that or you can connect for a Zoom. So
I live in the middle of one of the communities and I can't connect.
yeah.
No, and we are seeing more, really since COVID, we started to see a lot of those applications increase, right?
Yeah.
It's saving time and money and
Absolutely.
resources, et cetera. So, no, we are seeing that as well. Okay, the next slide, please. So for South Algonquin Township itself, if we looked at the numbers through the project, we had proposed 5 towers would be upgraded to the 5G. Those 5 towers have been completed, so that has been done. We have 3 towers that are proposed to be new builds. So this is brand new towers to be built. We don't have any finished to date, but we are working on those. And there were no co-location able to be identified through South Algonquin. So on our land use authority, we have received 1 of the 3, and I believe the other 2 we've just submitted recently. So we are working with the planning department. We appreciate the support from staff. As well as any questions or concerns. The conversations are usually quite fruitful as the discussions go back and forth. So, next slide, please. So this is just a high level, we call this the measle map here, the high level map of where we're going. It's a little difficult to see, but this shows the new builds are the yellow ones. You can see those on there. So that's the 256, 260 new towers that we're looking to build throughout Eastern Ontario. The co-locations are the grayish ones. So that's the 74 towers that we are co-locating Rogers equipment on the third-party carriers. And the green dots are the upgrades. So that's the 312 upgrades that we've proposed throughout Eastern Ontario. And of those, the black circles with sort of the clear middle, those are the ones that are in service now. And then, of course, the slide everybody wants to see is always the more local one. So the next slide, please, is the upgrades or the footprint that we're proposing or working on through South Algonquin. So there is so we have the 5 upgrades that are done. So those are primarily along Highway 60. And then the one along 127. So those are finished and upgraded now. And we have the 3 towers that are proposed to be built. So we have C-8509, which we have the land use authority on, and those are proceeding to be built. Construction start later this year. And we have the other two, C-8510 and 8508, which are going through that LUA process. And I suspect this may be the map that we were chatting about earlier.
Yeah. The one that's already received permission, 8509 and 8510. I understand that you want to maintain connectivity along 523 highway, but from that location of 8509, I have better cell coverage there without the tower than I do at my home, which is in the village of Madawaska, because it's a direct line of sight to the tower on Highway 60 at the east end there, the one on the right on your map.
Okay.
But what I'm worried about is this great big blank area north of Highway 60, where there is no cell phone coverage and no towers. Now, there's 240 cottages or so on Allen Lake. Most of them have no coverage or very little coverage of cell.
Okay.
And north of Madawaska, it's called Major Lake Road. It's a major access to Algonquin Park. And probably at least 50% of the logs that come out of Algonquin Park in the logging industry come out that road. They have no cell coverage at all. There's, I don't know, 50 or 60 cottages on Macaulay Lake. Macaulay Lake is not named on this map, but it's a little water body just straight north of the Murchison Tower. And they have very little coverage. It's just like I think you're overdoing it on the south end of the township and not doing anything on the north end of the township.
So if I may, and I think we came to council before COVID. My colleague Paula Preston and I actually attended a council meeting and provided council with an update. We're, because of the work that the paramedics from Renfrew do, they travel the major highways. We've never received funding to do the entire township of South Algonquin. These were sites that were that we looked at and agreed to do without charge to the township to complete, because to be honest, you're outside of the EOWC territory. So the towers that have been upgraded and the 3 that are proposed, I think the reason for those locations is because they benefit the major highway routes. So for Rogers, there's nothing to say that they couldn't come in and build infrastructure in other parts of the township, but we weren't funded to, like, we don't have a contract with South Algonquin to do to extend the cell project for your entire township. If we would have, we would have looked at those areas and we would have had infrastructure being built, but our mandate was to ensure that there was good coverage on those major transportation routes. Unfortunately, I think that's why you're not seeing the coverage in those areas.
But see that the traffic on 5.3 is probably lower than on Major Lake Road. There's probably less volume. And there's absolutely no residents in that area of that 8510. I think there's like 4 houses.
Yeah, but that would, for the paramedics, though, that'd be part of their coverage concerns. It would have identified for us. And there's nothing to say we can't talk to our partner at Rogers just to identify the Alien Lake and some of those areas as well. There may be an interest for them to come in on their own initiative to be able to do so, but as of right now, based on the funding model we had, that was not in scope for what we're looking at.
See, and like a 90-meter tower is barely going to get over the horizon on 8510 because you come down off 2 different sets of hills and then you're putting it on flat level ground. It just doesn't seem.
The only benefit of 8510 will be for Hastings Highlands and the Bancroft area, and they're already very well served. they are the only people that will benefit from it.
There's another tower just south of there that
Yeah.
doesn't, it's not on this map.
8510 will not benefit South Algonquin at all.
Except on the major road, so.
No, it won't.
No,
They'll get 8509 will go that far.
8509, yeah, okay. Well, we can take a look at it. That was what we brought to council prior to the COVID to discuss, and that was based on the locations.
Well, that one was never discussed before. 8509 was.
8510 was not discussed at that
No.
point.
This
Was
is the
that-
first time I've ever heard of it.
That was, we didn't have a concrete design, before COVID, 2018 to 19, I don't remember exactly when, we were here, but it was before COVID. And we didn't get funding for a project until 2020.
Okay.
It was a conceptual design. And so once the contract was awarded to Rogers, then we started looking at where possible towers would go. And yes, C 8510 may benefit Hastings Highlands. But Hastings County is a part of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, and they have made a financial contribution to the project as well. And that tower, C 8510 would there's probably towers into Hastings Highlands, that would need to use that tower as well as a backhaul type of, microwave backhaul.
You keep going back to the paramedic service. Well, the paramedic service have absolutely no coverage on that whole area in the north side of our township, as well as our fire department.
Oh, again, we can take that away, but that's not in the scope of our.
But if
project.
you're using the paramedic service as a reason for having that
Just from the
tower,
major roads down toward Bancroft is the.
but I'm telling you, that's not a major route. There's probably more traffic on Galen Lake Road or Major Lake Road.
And
and our
I'm hearing-
paramedics don't go to Bancroft.
Okay, and then
They
again,
go through to Barry's Bay.
along Highway 60, so.
Yes,
Okay, we'll take that away. We'll take a look at it and we'll come back with a better understanding of what that was.
I was also, it was brought to my attention that, the location of 8509, if something happened to that tower, it would fall across the road, that it's too close to the road. That was by a local landowner.
Okay, we'll take a look at that as well. Seems a unique concern. I haven't heard that one before, so we'll take a look at it and see.
I do know that there is a public information, I think, session today that Rogers is hosting, so with their real estate team for public input around the towers. Unfortunately, we have other meetings that we won't be attending, but the Rogers team, that's their normal way of doing business. They find the sites, they go through the land use authority, and we're just here to provide an update to council on what the project looks like.
Where is this meeting?
Not a while.
I don't think they booked it.
Have they not booked it?
Oh, we were told it was booked for today.
We were told it was booked for today, but
No,
maybe.
No, they were to go to the owner, and last I heard that they weren't. Chris is on there now, maybe Chris could speak to it. But no, my understanding is not today.
Okay, sorry, my apologies.
And unfortunately, the gentleman that brought it to my attention has since passed away, so he's not gonna be at the meeting to complain about it. So I'm complaining in his place.
Okay,
Okay.
well, we'll take that away and we'll talk to, we'll just double check the site on that as well.
The other thing that if I may suggest, I would think that you talk about talking to the paramedics in Eastern Ontario and around Eastern Ontario. Our paramedics here are governed out of the North Bay, under the District Social Services Board, so it might help to talk to them.
We can take that into consideration as
Yeah.
well, and we do know there is some, excuse me, some challenges have been identified in Northern Ontario as well, so there might be an opportunity to tie some. of
Well, it
these-
might also mean, I understand with the funding and all the allocations, things like that, but it may mean that, you can work with DSAP in terms of assisting with the paramedics here, because that's where they are governed out of.
Okay, no, that's good information.
Okay, well, we'll move on then. Thank you
All right.
very much.
So just quickly, the next steps here is the upgrade of the towers. We're looking to have those finished by 2024. The land use authority process, we're looking to have that done by 2024, so we finish our build by the end of 25. The individual consultation process will continue to run throughout the life of our project. The new tower construction, we're looking to have that done by 2025, and then there'll be a series of announcements that'll go through the life of our project as well. So that wraps that up. Is there any other questions?
Any other questions? Seeing none, appreciate the update, appreciate that you considered us, as you can say, we're alive and well and, given our questions and comments, and appreciate you both taking the time to go for that.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
having
we'll
me.
be in touch one way or the other.
If there's any further questions, please feel free to reach out. Brian and Tracy have our contact information, and we're happy to answer any further questions.
Okay, appreciate your time.
I have just one question. I am a little concerned that here you are spending your time and ours, but your time, you've travelled to give us a presentation that really doesn't help South Algonquin at all.
Sorry, it does the upgrade.
Doesn't really help us at all.
Okay.
And I feel strongly that you think you're helping us, but with the actual down at Aylan Lake, which is a major part of our township, they're still struggling. And we're talking 200 odd properties down in our own core, in Madawaska core. People cannot get connected to cells. And this is before these towers are built. And these towers, where you propose to put them, are not going to help either. So there's all this time, effort and money, and it isn't going to help South Algonquin. I just want you to be aware that, yes, you think you're helping us, but actually it doesn't appear that that's the case. You've listened to paramedic services. Ours never go down the 523 to go to Bancroft or to Hastings Highlands or anything. They go along that Highway 60 corridor.
To an emergency response.
Unless they're going out to respond, of course.
Right, so there were a number of upgrades though done along Highway 60 as well. That's not, it has an impact at all for the municipality.
I think that may.
I haven't
may
noticed
well
it
have
on
done,
my coverage.
but it hasn't improved. Hasn't improved Aylan Lake.
You wouldn't notice on a bell phone, maybe part of the Rogers.
Spells towers.
The upgrades on there, yeah, but the upgrades, I don't know if Bell's done the upgrades yet. So that we're not sure. We don't have visibility on the Bell program or what they're looking at. But the technology though will continue to support growth in these areas. And I actually, as much as I appreciate your feedback, I do believe what we're doing will help in the future of what we're trying to provide services here, not just in the fact that we're introducing Rogers as a competitive opportunity to reduce some of the costs on the current cell phone structures, but also as you look at future mobile virtual networks and some of the opportunities that are coming through those, the infrastructure we're building will help with some of these things. So it will help with coverage, it will help with competition, it will help to reduce some of the pricing, it will help with technology upgrades, it will help with broadband expansion. So it is the first step, and although you won't see it right away, I believe in the future, it will have a benefit to help some of the rural residents in these communities grow and expand and be able to connect with, whether it's education, whether it's health support, banking, et cetera. It is going to continue to grow and support those things.
I'd like to think that that's the case, but at the moment we're not seeing anything, and our residents are in our ear. Why can we not even make, text message or we've got nothing here?
And the province has $4 billion set aside for different types of connectivity through the accelerated high-speed internet program. So there is funding. I do know that they have plans for across all of Ontario, and there's nothing to say that Cell couldn't be a part of that. So it's advocating it's advocating and maybe reaching out to the Bells and the Rogers of the world saying, look are you applying for money? Are you looking? And you have your MP and MPP. So I also know that the federal government has the Universal Broadband Program. There is funding in that program specifically set aside for Cell. So it is on the radar, but I think there has to be some push as well. So I don't know if council has taken those steps to reach out to any of those companies in the past.
We certainly have. We had cell towers and cell coverage in south of Algonquin before there was any cell coverage in Madawaska Valley or Hastings Highlands, and we got it through a grant through FedNor. And it was Bell got the contract. Rogers could have bid on it too. Maybe they did. I don't know. But Bell put up the original towers. And then everybody else piggybacked on that system and expanded it east and south of us.
So I do think both the federal and provincial government know that there's a need here. And, you know, we do share with the government feedback. So we'll go back. We have monthly meetings with MOI, Ministry of Infrastructure. There are funding, they take care of our funding dollars through the province. And we'll let them know that there is a huge need here, and possibly something could be done, but there's programs out there now that could benefit your area.
Can I give you an example? There are properties on the Aileen Lake. If their house was on fire, they would have to stand on their dock and ring a actual mechanical bell to alert anybody to try and get some help. There was a situation where a lady collapsed, no cell service. They had to put her in a boat, drive her to the boat launch, and somebody was able to manage to get cell service to call for the paramedics and the fire department to get to the boat launch. That's how bad it is. We're not just talking poor service. This is back in the dark ages, you know?
And this is what triggered the OWC
Yes.
and the provincial and federal government to start to drive a lot. So the OWC advocated because a lot of these types of stories were heard.
And I'm talking in the last 2 months.
And that's
Yeah.
what's driven a lot of what the project is. So South Algonquin has a benefit of that EOWC project without any costs associated or overhead associated as well. So we are starting to take those initiatives. So the towers we're building, I believe have a benefit. I appreciate what you're saying, that it doesn't quite cover enough of the area. But I forgot that I always forget South Algonquin falls under FedNor. So there's also FedNor opportunities that have not been necessarily looked at, but that's something to explore to see, because there is an acknowledgement, not only in broadband, but in some of their coverage across the north, that it is a gap, and it is a health and safety concern, which is part of what we're presenting here today is,
Yes.
you know, we appreciate this, and this is what facilitated a lot of the business case and the business model that was developed by the OWC to try to mitigate those challenges. The fact that we're not exactly covering all of South Algonquin, we appreciate, and the stories you're telling us are exactly the stories that we've heard that help facilitate that. So
We're talking
we're
over a third.
well, and we're willing to help support South Algonquin any way possible that we can. Just within this project that we presented today, it's not within our scope. That doesn't mean that we're not, you know, advocating for the residents throughout the rest of Eastern Ontario. We're also advocating currently for Northern Ontario, because we know there's a gap there. And some of what we've done and we've learned through this project, we feel could be used in other areas like Northern Ontario, like parts of your territory, but we can have it. But right now, it's just not within our funding scope. So as we try to build this out, it's in our minds of how can we continue to grow this and close some of those gaps. But there are funding models, as Lisa's mentioned, through ASIP, through EDF, through FedNor, through some of the other things. And there's an appreciation and understanding, I believe, through the province, that the cell gap problem is not just in Eastern Ontario. It is in Northern Ontario. I think in Southern Ontario, there's an appreciation. Their coverage is pretty good, pretty flat, it's pretty boring. So I think they're okay. But when you get into Eastern and Northern Ontario with our topography, with our hills, with our lakes, there's an understanding that we need infrastructure. Now, part of that challenge, though, is to find the right model that you're able to place the infrastructure in the right locations to be able to meet that need, plus the ISP's requirements to be able to get their towers to talk to each other as well. So there is infrastructure needs, which brings its own challenges, because part of the reason we love living in rural Ontario is because of our sightlines. So there are different challenges there that we're also cognizant of them. We're trying to find ways to work around this so we can find better ways to deliver these services. But what we presented today was really what you're talking to facilitate a lot of that discussion in those specific cases. So
Thank you.
we appreciate it.
I felt very mean
We do
saying
that
that,
for
but it
you.
had to be said, you know.
It's the reality, and that's what some of the places up in northern Hastings, they were experiencing, and in Halliburton. They were part of the EOWC, so that was the genesis. It was the the MPs were really pushing us in 2013, 2014, the EOWC fix the problem, because I can't work on my way back up.
Right.
So now for you to take what we presented today to say to a FedNor, to your MP, to your MPP, is there an opportunity for us to expand this with additional contribution, or is there an opportunity? We absolutely would support you on that 100%. It's just currently not part of our scope.
Yeah, and we did, we briefed, MP Gallant on the project, in May. So she saw the maps, she, and she recognized as well that there's a gap after, the Renfrew County border ends. So I think they're aware. MPP Yakubuski has also seen some of the high level maps as well. So they're aware of the project. And I think, the more infrastructure, as much as it maybe not helping, a large component of your population, that infrastructure can be built on, as Jason said. So, you may have those towers that are going in. Well, to add another tower 10 kilometers, 9 kilometers away, you've now got those other towers that can talk to that tower. So it helps, the more you keep pushing that infrastructure out, it makes going and coming to a place that has little to no infrastructure easier.
Okay, with that, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
we have another delegation. I assume you're not trying to rush this out, but my job is trying to stay on time here. Thanks, everyone, and thank you for your time.
Share that.
Yeah. Chris is on.
Yes.
Chris, but now, Sasha,
There he is. Hi, Chris.
Good morning.
morning, Chris. Chris?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Mayor and council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with council today regarding two of the three projects that we're working to deploy in the township. Given the excellent presentation that Jason and Lisa have provided, I want to avoid any duplication, and perhaps, if I may, just provide some site-specific information regarding two of the projects that currently haven't received land use authority consent, those being 8510 and 8508. I did provide a PowerPoint presentation, and there are a number of slides there. If it's available, Tracy, that's great. If not, I could perhaps share my screen.
Yeah, I don't recall getting that, but I can definitely give you control.
Yeah, and there's nothing in our package, so we haven't received anything.
Well, okay, I apologize for that, but if you'd like, perhaps I could share my screen.
Yeah,
Sure.
do
that
you
would be
have
wonderful.
it there, Kristen? You
I-
should have abilities.
I do. Please let me know when you can see this.
We can see it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. It may be that I just need to reduce this. Okay. As I mentioned, I will try to avoid repetition and sort of duplication of information. But there are two sites that have not received consent, 8508 and 8510. which I can provide a little bit of additional information for. These are the two sites and the addresses for them. I'm going to skip through a couple of slides and just provide some specific information. So this is the location for 8508. I apologize, it appears there is a typo there. This project's located at 831 Magui Road. And that's a rough location for the tower on the property. It's a 90-meter guy tower. And public consultation for this particular site is starting today with publication of the newspaper ad, and it will go on for at a minimum of 30 days. Obviously, at the end of public consultation, we'll provide a summary to staff and council regarding the feedback we get for this project. This site will cover a radius of approximately 8 kilometers, which is fairly large, and that is why a 90-meter guy tower is required. 4 and 5G will be deployed by Rogers on the tower, and the tower will be suitable for co-location. So any additional other service providers who would like to utilize the mounting structure would be welcome. And there were no existing towers in this search area that would have been suitable for co-location, which necessitates deployment of a new structure. I have a couple of photo simulations that we can provide for this tower. This first photo is taken from Highway 127 looking east at the site at a distance of approximately 4 kilometers. And I'll move to the next one. This second photo is actually taken from Magui Road looking southeast at the location at a distance of approximately 2 kilometers. Does anyone have any questions about this information that I've provided for the site on Magui Road before I move on to the next one?
Yes, how can, go ahead, Joe. Councilor Peter speaking. The very first picture that you showed us, could you go back one?
Absolutely.
That is Robinson Lake, am I not mistaken?
Yes.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. That is a focal point. That is a focal point for a lot of our tourists, that lake right there in the fall. I don't know if they'd like to see a cell phone tower, but it's just a comment.
I assume that tower is already there. That's
No, it's
the-
not.
No,
No.
hasn't been, you haven't had,
Oh, a simulation.
Approval,
Oh,
yeah,
right. Okay,
yeah.
sorry.
What's the population in that radius that you said that tower would cover?
I don't have that specific information available at the moment, but I can provide it to council.
No, it was rhetorical because there's probably less than 24.
It's that stretch on 127, it's that dead zone.
There's a
yeah, it's
big
dead,
dead
you
zone.
can't, yeah, you can't get anything, you just go dead, eh?
That's a benefit to the people on the road, yes, but not much of a benefit to Cincinnati.
When you say there's no consent yet, who are you waiting for consent from?
Us.
From the township?
That's correct, yes.
Oh, okay.
It would have to go through the
Um,
committee of adjustment, right? Land use.
No, I think it's just a motion. Council.
Okay.
Is there any other proposed sites?
I have similar photo simulations and maps for the other site, 8510, which I can move to now if you'd like.
So before you go away from that picture, so what you're saying is that the tower that will be built is right there on from Magui Road. It's on Magui Road, right? And we'll be able to see that?
That's right there.
Yeah, but it would be built on McGuey Road.
Yeah, so I'll jump back to the map. So this is Magui Road here that comes down to the property. This is the driveway into the property, and this is roughly here where the tower would be located. And so the photo simulations that we've provided, the first this photo was taken approximately 4 kilometers to the west, standing on Highway 127, looking to the east at the area where the tower will be located. The photo simulation is as accurate as can be made. It's the location is used located based on using the geographic coordinates on the survey. And so this is a very accurate representation of what the facility will look like when deployed from that location.
Right, thank you.
And this particular photo was taken closer to the site, just to the northwest of the location on Magui Road, looking southeast at a distance of about 2 kilometers away. So if someone is coming down Magui Road, which sits just to the left outside the photo, as they drove by this opening in the trees, they would see the facility. So if it's okay, I'll move on to the next site.
How close is it to the water?
It's almost 2 kilometers away from the water. It looks close in the simulation, but yeah, it's quite far. I can pop back to the map. I believe you can just see the corner of this body of water up here in the top left of the photo of the map. And so this was taken from a location just north off of this map that I'm showing you. The other photo was taken on the other side of this lake over by the highway. So yeah, there are no bodies of water in proximity to the tower location. So if I may, I'll move on to the next site. So 8510 is located at 31 Highway 523 in Madawaska, roughly at the location indicated here on the map. And we also have 2 photo simulations that we can provide. So the first simulation is taken from Highway 23 looking south at the subject property at a distance of approximately 1 kilometer. And the second photo is taken again from Highway 23, looking north at the subject site at a distance of approximately 600 meters.
I'm trying to orient myself, Chris, in terms of going from Madawaska across 523. Is this partway down or halfway down or 3/4 of the way down?
It's about 1 kilometer from the end of 523 where it turns into Madawaska Road
Okay. So
and
it's
Hastings
also-
Highlands.
Okay,
It's very close to the boundary.
yeah, thanks.
That's correct. So this photo is taken approximately 600 meters south. So it's taken from somewhere down here towards the red roof buildings would be my guess, roughly in this area, looking north at the site. And the first photo is taken from the north of the site, about 1 kilometer north, looking south. So it would have been taken from somewhere up in this area, looking south at the tower.
Which is probably 100 meters higher than the base of that tower. Where you're taking that picture from.
The elevation moves around quite a bit in the area. which is one of the things that made it challenging for us to find a location.
But that
Cer-
tower is in the lowest elevation in that area.
Well, it's certainly at a lower elevation than the area that is 1 to 1.5 kilometers to the north. We attempted to find a willing landlord in that area and were unable to, which is why we had to move south into this area. It was difficult to find multiple willing landlords in the area. In fact, this was the only one that we found.
Well, I can certainly understand that.
Anything? Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Well, that's all the extra information that I wanted to provide. Just wanted to make myself available to council to answer any questions. And if I may, I'd like to just clear up one thing. As I mentioned, public consultation for 8508 starts today. Public consultation for 8510 is going to start next week. The reason we didn't hold an information session today is generally we prefer, and it's more appropriate and consistent with federal guidelines, to hold these information sessions during the public consultation period. And so we will, hold this public consultation period during the 30-day window that starts next week. And, this is something that, after speaking with council and staff, that we agreed to do. It's strictly speaking, it's not a requirement in the guidelines for us to have an in-person information session during the public consultation period for this site. However, given that there were a number of residents who expressed concerns about it, we agreed to do this. So we will absolutely be pleased to do this. We'll notify staff and council what date that we will hold that information session, but it will be in person in the area, probably sometime in 2 to 3 weeks. And so that's all I had in terms of additional site-specific information. If anyone is available for any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Chris. It's Councillor Collins here. We've been backwards and forwards with conversation about this over the previous couple of months. I don't know that we have anywhere to go with this. We will put a motion to council, or there'll be a motion for council, but I don't believe that we are in a situation where we can approve or not. Is that correct?
Well, I would say that we do require an endorsement from council. And we certainly, you and I had quite a few conversations, and I certainly understand the questions and concerns. We have done our best to locate a site that would be more suitable. There are just no other willing landlords in the area that we need to deploy this site to meet the coverage objectives. And, I'm not sure if everyone on council is aware, but we have moved this site on this property once already. The original location was set back at the more western rear portion of the landlord's property, away from the highway. And there were some property owners to the south that contacted us and contacted council and staff and complained about that location. And so in an effort to appease those local residents, we worked for quite some time, actually almost took a year to convince this landlord and, so on, to move the tower. But we were able to convince the landlord to move it. We moved it as far away from the property owners to the south of the landlord where the tower is proposed to be deployed. So we basically moved it to the northeast corner of the property, which, as I say, is about as far away as we could move it. So, you know, we've done our best to address the concerns of the folks that live to the south. We've done our best to find a location that, you know, would be, you know, supported by council, but at the end of the day, we certainly do require your endorsement, and you know, we're available to continue the conversation to obtain your support.
Any other questions from council?
I just, it's Councilor Kuya, can I just have a comment? This is the first I have heard about any of this. And you're already talking about consultation and public fund or public information sessions. And you know, I just feel as if I'm out of the loop. I can't imagine how many of the other people in the community are feeling. You're not going to
Well,
get any community input because nobody is aware, I guess. I don't know. I might be the only one. I might be under.
south of the tower.
That's true. That's true.
Well, thank you, Councillor. I would just say that, you know, in terms of the public being notified, they will become aware when public consultation starts next week, because there will be information packages mailed to residents within 3 times the height of the tower. And there will also be an ad placed in the local newspaper. I would say that, you know, we consulted initially with staff almost 2 years ago, I think, about this location. And I believe my first conversation with Councillor Collins was over a year ago. Forgive me if I don't have it completely accurate, but I apologize if some other members of council were not aware. But as I say, the public will be made aware, and you know, we'll do our best to respond. The area, there's not a great deal of population density in the area, but you know, to the extent that folks want to visit our information session and ask questions, we'll be available for them.
Great, thank you.
Chris, it's Ethel Lavalley here. I mean, Council Creek brings up a really good point, and maybe it's something that we have to do internally in terms of, first of all, you know, we get requests for a delegation, and that's all fine and good, but you know, we don't, for some reason, we didn't get the PowerPoint ahead of time. And I guess what my comment would be, I think it would be nice in terms of getting, for your information, we have 3 new members of council and myself new as a mayor. So, you know, maybe it's a 2-pronged approach. We have to get up to, you know, up to snuff quicker, and or there needs to be a better communication between us and you. But I think it would be really nice in terms of this council, if you're having now you're going to have an information session, probably I would think in Madawaska within the next couple of weeks. I think it would be really nice if there had been a member of council or an agreement from this council that we're supporting this initiative. So that kind of is my comment. You know, you can go in and you'll have your meeting, you'll have your information session, and you'll say, yeah, we did that and it's done. But you're not going to have, in my mind right now, that I can think of any member of council that's going to come down there and say, yes, and we totally support this. Maybe I'm wrong. Those are my comments, kind of in a nutshell.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. We, you know, we agreed to hold the information session. As I say, it's not something that is strictly required for these sites as part of the I said CPC public consultation guideline, but we agreed to do that in order to go the extra mile to make ourselves available to the public and council and answer whatever questions that we can. And so, if I guess the purpose of our attending today's meeting was to provide this kind of dialogue and to council, make sure that they are aware, make sure that they've had a chance to ask us questions prior to the start of public consultation, which is why we have delayed it. So we appreciate the feedback, and I certainly would make myself available to if anybody from council would like to reach out to me directly, with questions, I'd certainly be available for that.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. I'm assuming that the council will be apprised of where you're having this meeting and when.
Absolutely. We'll let staff know, and we'll provide staff with a copy of the public consultation information package that will be sent to the public. The location of the information session will be in that document that'll be mailed out. It'll also be in the newspaper ad. And so, we would certainly invite any members of council to attend that wish to, and certainly make sure that everyone's got my phone number so that if they'd like to call me directly before, during or after, certainly available for that. Once public consultation's closed, we'll create a summary of all the interaction that we received, whether it's phone calls, emails, or through folks that attend the information session. We'll summarize all of those activities in detail, and we'll provide that to staff. And then we'll look forward to attending a subsequent council meeting to have a further discussion about the proposed deployment.
Okay, well, thank you very, very much for your time, and much appreciated for the information. And I'm sure we'll be in touch one way or the other.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks.
So if I could move on to the minutes of the previous meetings.
Could I make a comment on that presentation? I would not be willing to make a decision one way or the other until after the public consultation, and I would make sure that I'm at the public consultation to see what the reaction from the public is. I represent the public.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Ward. Any other comments from members of council? Okay.
I have just one comment. Chris very eloquently avoided the question that I asked him. I don't believe that we have the right to refuse it to go up. I think the federal government has told them that these towers have got to go in. And yes, they want an endorsement from council, and yes, they want everyone happy. But I think if push comes to shove, we don't have a say in it. So I think that this situation and public consultation and the delegation is all very nice. And Chris is a super nice guy. And as I've gone backwards and forwards with him, but I think at the end of the day, the federal government have said these towers are going in, and whether or not we agree or not is not really up to us.
This is the one. Okay.
I think that's the case.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure, but that's my feeling.
I think Councillor Collins, I think with the public discussion and with speaking to other landowners around that area, they're the ones that are going to be able to decide whether, if there's more people opposing it than there is, if there's more people opposing it than there are people for it. I think it could be dead in the water. I might be mistaken, but
Brian, do you have any insight into that with regards to infrastructure towers?
The way that the federal legislation has been written, they have final say.
I think Chris is still on there. We can ask him.
Chris, was I correct in my assumption there?
Well, certainly the deployment of telecommunications infrastructure is the purview of the federal government. Obviously, wireless infrastructure is deemed critical, to the whole country. And so deployment is regulated by the federal government. We are required to consult the local land use authorities to the extent that land use authorities have an adopted protocol and set of rules and regulations for reviewing and conditioning deployment of these structures. We're required to follow those policies. The township, when townships and other land use authorities don't have an adopted policy, we follow the federal guidelines. Unlike a normal planning application that would be required to comply with the Planning Act, our applications, strictly speaking, aren't required to comply with the Planning Act. But we are required to consult with land use authorities and follow adopted protocols to the extent that they exist. So it is federally regulated, but the views of the local communities are strongly taken into consideration, and we do our best to respond to those requirements as we receive them.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, thank you. We can finish with this. Okay,
Yep, thanks, Chris, and we'll be in touch,
You're
okay?
Thank you very much.
okay, I'm moving on to the minutes of the previous meeting. Any
This way.
comments on the minutes before I ask for a mover and a seconder? We have a mover to adopt the minutes of the meeting of July 5th.
I will make that
Moved by
motion.
Councilor Flores, seconded by Councilor Collins.
The
Tracy?
council for the corporation of the township of South Algonquin adopts the minutes of the regular council meeting of July 5th, 2023.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And the next one, is there any questions, comments on the minutes of the special council meeting of August 15th as circulated? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of the special meeting of August 15th. Can I have a mover, please? I need a mover. Moved by Councilor Guiat, seconded by Councilor Bishop. Tracy?
The council for the corporation of township of South Algonquin adopts the minutes of the special council meeting of August 15th, 2023 as circulated.
All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Moving on to committee staff and council reports. Who I got up first here?
Charlene, can you Charlene left? She probably should open up the library.
Yeah,
Yeah, she was on there.
you still on?
No.
So we'll wait. Public roads, works and roads, Stephen?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
So I added a few more sections to the previous reports that I did, which would be a little more descriptive. Start off with the grading operations. We have had a really rainy summer, a lot of heavy downpours. So there are some potholes resurfacing on all the gravel surfaces. So we're going to plan on getting the grader out probably in the next week or two, just to touch up any of the gravel roads. I know back at Mackenzie's getting bad, McCauley has some potholes on it. So that'll be planned out. And then one thing that's happened over the past few years, I guess, is when we do our final grading and shaping of the roads, they waited till after all the leaves are off. And it becomes quite an issue because you're trying to grade off all the leaves and stuff on the roads. So we'll try to plan it this year that we're ahead of it a bit more than last season. In terms of grass cutting, grass is finally slowing down a bit. We're a couple weeks since the last time we cut it. The plan right now is to recut all the areas in the township next week. So if there's any areas, I know Joan, you said over at the dam needs to be trimmed up, eh? So we'll make sure we get that done.
Talk on Friday.
Yes, okay. So we'll look after that, but the plan right now is to next week have a crew go around and do all the township again. And that should hopefully take us through for a good 2-3 weeks after that.
Just as a reminder, Stephen, I think the softball for the kids is going to start up in Madawaska again.
Okay.
They were waiting for the end of the summer. So that field probably has to be mowed.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll make sure that gets done, Joe. In terms of pothole maintenance, Major Road, as well as Nipissing Road going to the dump in Whitney, both in real rough shape. So we did do maintenance on both roads last week. Both roads need to be looked at getting some repairs done, long-term sort of thing, because those roads, you can only do so much work because there isn't much asphalt left on them. So that's one thing we did last week. I have a section for landfill operations. So National Grinding finished up at Erie here on August 14th. So all the shredding's done for the season. We do have a dozer coming in probably in the next week or so. That's going to do a good cleanup on both sites and shape them up. And then that'll sort of keep us shaped up for the season. And then right now we're hauling all the waste collection to Erie landfill, and we regularly cover it with cover fill. Another thing I added on here for Sandra, particularly, I know last couple of meetings, you had asked about fans for the land site attendants, as well as what we're going to do in terms of washrooms for them. So I did get 2 Milwaukee battery operated fans. So all of our tools that we run at the shop is Milwaukee. These ones here, they'll run 14 hours on just a battery. So the guys are going to be in charge of just recharging the batteries themselves. And then in the off season, we can keep the batteries for all our other small tools and that. So I did get them set up with that. And in terms of the washrooms at both sites, so I did get, they're put into fabrication as of sort of yesterday. We had to get drawings from Brooklyn and Huntsville. Those drawings had to get reviewed for dimensions and everything. And once the dimensions were confirmed, those got into production. So probably 2 weeks time is when they figure the concrete would be poured, they'd be set for delivery. That put us sort of 3rd week in September. So this fall, we should be able to position, get the pump tanks installed, and then go build some washrooms on top of them.
Okay, so what have we expected the guys to be doing if they need to shutting the dump and going to a washroom, which is something that's got to be avoided. We can't close the dump while the guys go to the washroom, and equally we cannot expect them to go behind a bush.
Yeah.
That's just not right. That's wrong.
Like I said, we're working on it. It's been that way since before I was born.
Oh,
so
absolutely, it has.
We'll get
That's
set
not
up.
to say that's the right
Yeah.
way, but
No,
thank you,
understood.
Stephen. I appreciate your work and effort here.
We'll get it set up. And then one thing that we have to be wary of too is where we're going to position them.
Yes.
Is eventually, like the landfills have designs for them. We don't want to put them in one location and in 5 years have to take the tanks back up and move them. So,
Gonna say, what happened to just a porta potty?
so porta potties are a lot of maintenance. I've dealt with them in the city on construction sites. And if you're not cleaning them a couple of times a week regularly, they aren't a good unit to have.
But there's only going to be one person using them.
So these, what I got, Joe, it's like a 300-gallon pump tank. And my thoughts were to get something permanent. When we have to pump out all the other tanks in the township. At the same time, we just run them up to landfill sites and pump those tanks at the same time. You'd only have to pump them once a year sort of thing. And it gives us sort of a permanent solution. I think long-term, it'd be a lot more cost-effective solution than having somebody clean them twice a week for going every week for years and years sort of thing.
What's the difference? You're still going to have to clean them. Toilet to toilet.
For a pump tank, A little bit, but not so much. I know the porta potties, you have to get them pumped out as well. So you'd have to get a pumper around like quite regularly to pump those comfort stations out as well. So that would be a lot more costly.
Don't we do that now?
No, right now it's usually a couple times per year. You get a septic pumper coming out, doing all the washrooms in the township. As opposed to if you had a comfort station, you'd have to do that probably at least every week or every 2 weeks.
For one person using it?
Yeah, because or else, from my experience using them, they do get sort of disgusting, so.
Well, they all are, but.
I know I'm not part of the meeting, but I talk frequently to the attendant at Madawaska for wanton damage that occurs in our dump out of hours. I think the first thing the kids would do is tip that over. And then the first thing we've got to do as the township is pick it up and clean up the mess inside it.
Every time you move the station, which is fairly frequent, you're gonna have to move the whole thing.
Yeah, so I met with the surveyors from day 2 PG yesterday. So I got all the locations for the corner coordinates for the landfill sites. And I talked to them about the design sort of thing, so that's why we're gonna be strategic where we place them, so we're not gonna have to move it for 10, 15 years sort of thing. It'll be a long-term thing that you won't have to move it.
But
So,
I think also it's got to be locked.
absolutely, yes. Yeah, because the guys do tell me quite frequently, even the shelters that are built there,
Yeah.
they do get kind of broken into and stuff, so. Mhm.
I think, I don't know what the political term for them is, but I'll just call them an outhouse. They're still legal in our township.
Yeah.
You know, people dug a hole in the ground with a shovel and stuck a shack over top of it and used it for
Yeah.
25 years or more.
I know that I've used them before like that, but, I'd have to look into the regulations if they are still accepted sort of thing. I know on private properties, people have them, but to be honest, the cost for the tanks aren't too much, so.
Okay.
I think long term, I think you've done the right thing. Short term, I'm a little upset that the guys have gone the whole summer without anything. And I think we could have put an outhouse or a porta potty in there back in May when this first came, and at least we would have had something through the summer. So I believe we're a little bit lacking and we have not done right by those guys for the summertime. But I think long term, I think this is a nice solution, a good solution. But if this is going to drag on any longer, I think we ought to have, even if it's only for a month, those porta johns installed.
I'll keep you guys updated on tank production and when we can get them set in, but I'll keep you guys all updated on it.
Thank you.
So that's pretty well it for landfill sites. For drainage and road improvements, we do have a 3-man crew right now. Martin, Tommy and David, and they're basically running through the township, starting from the southerly section out at Mackenzie, and they're working their way through Sabine, coming towards Whitney next week. They're working on ditching and culvert installations. So right now we have 10 out of 20 culverts installed, so about 50% of what we have planned for this year. Those include out at Mackenzie Lake, Hay Lake, and Dewey Road, and this week at 0127. So that's what we've been working on the last sort of month and a half. That crew next week will be moving to Whitney to do 3 culverts. And then once in Whitney, they'll go down to Madawaska. There's one to do at Murray Park. That's collapsed there. And then once that one's done, the plan would be to have the crew go down to Aylen Lake, probably the end of September. They'll be working there. There's 4 culverts to replace. And once those are replaced, we'll plan, once the leaves are off, that's when we'll get going with all the brushing with the brusher head on the excavator. Because then we can see if there's any rocks and stuff in behind the brush, so basically that crew is going to be keeping moving around the township. I've sort of spent a fair amount in each place so that we're not floating equipment back and forth. It's more costly that way. So when we're on a road, we're going to ditch, do our culverts, spend it so that we're not floating equipment, then move to the next one and then keep going around like that. So that crew will be busy until end of September with culverts. Like you say, after that, they'll move on to brushing. That's it for the road and drainage improvements. For the winter sand, we did get all the winter sand installed in the sand dome when it was fairly dry, which we didn't have a whole lot of good weather in August, so we had asked for 3,000 tons in the tender, and we ended up installing just under 2,900 ton, which filled up the dome quite nice, so should be good. That was done on August 14th. Roadside mowing, there were a few hiccups with the mower that broke down twice, but they did get the entire township done. They were done by August 28th. Next season, sort of new this season for timeline, so next season I'll aim to get it started sooner. So everything did get done. Hazardous waste day, that was completed on August 12th. And I think we're still waiting on the final invoice to come in from Drainall. So that's an update on that. The medical center, for everybody that may or may not know, they were having shortages on water supply. So we did have a fracturer in to take a look at the well. The well casing, it looked like behind the medical center had been backfilled at one time. And the well casing at the top had two short sections that were welded very crookedly. So the fracturer wasn't able to get his device down to fracture the well properly. So what we had to do was we had to dig down. We took those two sections of crooked casing off, got a new section, welded it on nice and straight and level. And that was done, when did we do that? On August 23rd. And I just got confirmation from the fracturer that they're able to come and do the fracturing the week of September 18th, which the medical center is closed that week. So it works out good to get that done. So that's an update on that issue. I added a section in for capital projects that were planned for this year. So the M&L Hall in Madawaska, all the painting was done in August 2023. So that one's done. CCAN at the M&L Hall, that was done just when I started. JR Booth storyboard, that was done. The Raid Roads Drainage Project is ongoing yet. So we did have a $60,000 budget in there for this season. I'm sure we'll come under that budget, so I think we should be good for that. One that I'm working on right currently is we had a capital project item for heat and an AC unit down at the works garage. I'm just working on getting all the quotations right now. Once I get those all in, we'll go with the cheapest bid for that and get it installed before the season is done. And the last one I had was the storyboards at Tom and McMurray Park. I've been fighting with M&R for the last 2 months, trying to get approval on it. The last update was about a week ago. They said potentially in 2 weeks' time we would have approval. So I'll keep updating with them, but like a couple times a week. I always call them. So once I get the okay on that, I'll give everybody a heads up, so we can get that one done. Another thing we've had done since the last council meeting was we had all the biannual inspections on the township structures done. So we have the 4 structures, Mackenzie Lake, there were no issues. I went around with Drill Engineering. The one here in Whitney, eventually the expansion joint seals have to get replaced. That's that cleaning that you hear. So that's something I'm going to get pricing on and include to get repaired next season. We can include that in for repair for next year. Another thing at the second bridge here in Whitney is along the abutments, there was a sinkhole that did occur there like a couple months ago. Reason for that is there's erosion happening where your abutments come back and your wing walls, all the fill is down too low. So any water you get coming down your wing walls, it's washing out. So we have to do some erosion sediment control there. So what we're going to do is just put filter cloth and riprap on top on the 4 corners, and it should fix that issue. So we're going to plan to do that when we have the excavator here next week. That saves us bringing a piece of equipment up. The other one was poverty, this dual culverts, that's box culverts that's over there. They said there might be minor repairs that's needed there. And that's stuff that I think we can do internally with our guys. There's a bit of erosion underneath where the water is eroding under the supports. So I recommended something to Jewel that I think we can do ourselves as a fix for that issue sort of thing. So we should get that report here, they said, in the fall. The next one I had in here was sign retro reflectivity inspections. So this is something that's required annually. So what we did was set up a subcontractor to come in annually for the next 5 years. So the price to do it for 1 year was quite substantial. We locked it in for 4 or 5 years. It was almost half the price per year. So this is something that's required to be done annually. So I locked it in with that contractor for 5 years, and it's cheaper for us in the long run.
And this is to make sure our signs are reflective enough, is that what? all the
Yeah.
township signs were?
Exactly. So what happened, they did have a test done last year, and there were a lot of signs that had failed the test. So that includes regulatory signs, warning signs. So there's a pile of them that do need to be replaced over time. So if something were to happen, sort of thing, those signs don't meet spec sort of thing. So I think something we got to budget in for the next few years is to replace so many per year. And then that way you get them all up to snuff sort of thing over time.
But when I was at a Cottager Association barbecue on the weekend, and that was the biggest complaint I got, because we got our speed limit signs coming in. They are all faded. You can hardly even see them in the daytime.
And they're pretty well new signs because they just redid that road. So something I think that should be looked at too is if you reorder these signs, there should be a warranty
Yeah.
period on the signage there, because you're paying quite a bit of money for those speed signs and that. So before we go and get replacement ones, we get warranty periods on them and get, usually they're stamped in the back of the signs, what year they were done. And then if they do go within 5 years and you're still under warranty, they should come good for replacing them.
So those signs on the Elneck Road were supplied by the contractor, so we really had no control of the quality of it. Although it probably in hindsight could have been written into the contract, but it probably was not.
So since last year, none of the signs that did fail last year had been replaced. So this year's inspection didn't include the ones that failed last year because it didn't make sense to relook at them again. So once you get a chart, I'll make a summary and come up with a cost to replace them all. And that's something we can look at for budgeting for next season. One thing that come up last council meeting that I didn't have an update for everybody on was the playground inspection reports. So that's an annual report that's required. So this year's we've done by Adam from the 8th to the 10th of May. There were a few category A hazards that needed to be addressed. One of them was the compacted surface. So before I had started, Adam got a roller tiller. He went around to all the playgrounds, tilled them up to soften up all the ground. So that one was addressed, and that's something we'll probably have to do sort of maybe even spring and fall sort of thing, a couple of times a year. And then another one that was a category A hazard was the car swing at M&R Park, or M&L Park in Madawaska. So Adam did get that one replaced. Another issue that there was on his playground inspection reports was the railing width on Common McMurray Park. The railing width can only, it's got to be 1.5 or no more than 3 inches, or else kids can jump up and stand on it. It's a hazard sort of thing. So Adam had that addressed as well. And then the last one was the caps on the playground here in Whitney. What had happened was the tubes, the framework had filled up with water in the wintertime, froze, expanded and cracked them. So what we did was we had caps welded on, and then we welded the cracks because they were a hazard. They're sharp kids around. So that's an update on that I didn't have last time. Equipment maintenance and notes. So in terms of annual safeties, I know something that was an issue in the past was in the wintertime, some of the annual safeties on the tandem trucks had come due during the winter months, and we were short when we needed snow plows to do all the snow plowing. Right now, number 7, that's one of the tandems that was done in July. The other 2 are due in October. So plan is to get one of them done in September and the last one in October, which should give us all the tandems good for the winter time. And then the last one is CF 550, it's due in November. That one's not as much of an issue. The garbage compactor, it was getting the body on it's getting really rough, the back in that. I got some rust proofing paint, got one of the guys to go and they grinded it all down, repainted it to try to save the lifespan on the body on it. Other than that, knock on wood, the garbage truck's been fairly decent since some major repairs that we had done on it. The Promac mulching head we have for the excavator, the hydraulic motor was replaced in July. And we had Top Lift come up and they set the RPM to within specifications. So you need the hydraulic pressures and the RPM on the unit. They have to be within a certain tolerance. So that was all set and signed off by the mechanic. So it's ready to go for the fall. The new 3/4 ton pickup, I have to follow up with Summers on that one, but it's expected at the end of September. And I did send some emails out to get some prices for a trade-in on the old 3/4 ton. I'm just waiting to get those back. Routine oil changes. We did do oil changes on the excavator, loader, and grader last week, all before the 250-hour mark. So those would be good for a while. And then we did have all the undercoating delivered. We're going to plan that for sometime in September to do all the vehicles, get them all undercoated before the winter time. The next one here was for quotations and tenders. So we mentioned the 3/4 ton, it was awarded to Summers. They were the cheapest bid. And the next one that I'm working on is starting to work on budgeting for next season. So in order to get all the budgets for the capital projects sort of proposed, I'm reaching out to subcontractors to get pricing for some of that work. The last section I have here is the safety section. There hasn't been any incidents to report since the last council meeting. One thing that I'm starting to work on at the yard down there is we don't have a really good safety program down there. So one thing I'm working on is before we did set up a joint health safety committee. Usually they're not required unless you're over 20 employees. Right now we're just under 10. I think it's still a good idea to have one. And we're going to have them, meetings would be required every 3 months. And then in that committee, there's going to be management and worker reps. So myself will be a management rep, Brian Acme, and then on the worker rep, Tom Ford and Adam Zebarth were voted by the other workers to be the worker reps. So we'll have monthly meetings to discuss any safety concerns and to get them addressed, sort of thing. I'm also working on getting safety board set up in the shop because the Ministry of Labor ever shows up, there is mandatory paperwork that has to get posted in the workplace, which is something that isn't done down there. So I think that's a critical thing to get done. And then it's also good to have those boards because you can put, if you have incident reports, you can put reports in there, policies, any of those safe work procedures. So I'm working on getting that all established. So I'm going to work away that month by month. I did get an order of PPE equipment delivered in August. That included gloves, safety glasses, high-vis vests. So we do have inventory stock down there for all the guys. And that's pretty well it. The last one I had was in terms of bylaws. So I know last meeting we had discussed this one about Spectacle Lake, reducing the speed on that road from a 50 down to a 30 km/h zone. So I'm not sure if that'll be discussed today.
It's in the package.
Okay, so that's it. And then one that I sort of might propose in the upcoming months is some other townships, what they do is have a bounty for trapping beavers. What I did get out of the M&R was a township map. It showed all the head trappers for different sections of the township. So eventually, like we spend a lot of time and we have had in the past where guys go out they're cleaning out all these beaver grates, and if you're doing it once, twice a week, it gets pretty costly with a vehicle, a guy or two going around, as opposed if you can eliminate the source of the beavers. So I spoke to M&R, and the only way to do it properly is to get trappers, head trappers to trap them. So other townships, what they do is offer a bounty per beaver sort of thing. So much, and then once they show proof that they've trapped the beavers where you requested them, you would give them a bounty for the beavers. So I think long-term, it would be a cheaper option. You can just eliminate the source of the beavers, and then it eliminates the need to have to go around and clean out all your culverts sort of thing.
Are these beavers then relocated or dealt with you?
They trap them,
Okay.
yeah, and then their fur is sold and stuff. So the trappers have the licenses to do that.
And they have
sort of
rules and regulations with their licenses too.
The only
Yeah.
problem with that is, well, maybe the price of fur is so bad it wouldn't matter. but
Right.
The trapper would like to take them in November or October,
Yeah,
where they're a problem in June and July.
exactly, yeah. It's just a thought anyways.
No, I think it's a good thing, eventually. You're always open to trappers getting one 3 miles off the road and claiming that it was a hazard to the township, but maybe it's a cost of doing business.
To be honest, just in my short experience here, there's a couple of troublesome areas that like they're steady at it sort of thing. And if you're not on top of them, you do have to go out. But there's only really two in the township that I would say right now are areas that could use some trapping done. The other areas,
I think most of our local trappers are pretty honest people too.
yeah.
And there's not much money in beaver pelt.
No, there's not.
No.
So that's all I had for an update from the roads department. Is there any questions from anybody here? Or?
Just have a couple comments. What you're proposing is a joint occupational health and safety group. Is that what and because you're just looking at the road crew and whoever else works for you, but would that not be a municipal wide program? So it should include all staff, the
So,
ladies here.
From my experience, down in the city working on construction sites, each site was, dealt with separately. So if you had one job site, the Ministry of Labor inspector would come. He would count how many people are on just that job site. And that was what was taken into account for when it comes to a joint health safety committee. So I think it would be similar here because like Ian has his fire crew as well. For myself, we have 8 guys sort of thing. So I think it would be treated separately depending on the department that you're in sort of thing.
Yeah, because our issues would be different than what your issues would be.
And Adam does do annual facility reviews. That's part of the requirements. So Adam has been doing some things for the rest of us, and he brings those issues to me. But I think there's a real focus on worker safety in the work field more so than the office. There's definitely a higher risk.
Oh, absolutely. It would be though that if you, in my mind, and if it was joint occupational health and safety, that health and safety issues for the ladies here or for the firemen or for your crew, there will be some shared ones in different perspectives as well. From different point of views is also very good. So that was just my thought as I was sitting here listening to you and rereading it again. I can understand why you feel that you would need yours, but.
So
anyways.
even like the ones in the roads department, it isn't required. If you're between 6 and 19 employees, it's just a one
It's good
worker rep.
practice.
So just to show if the Ministry of Labor ever did show up to show them that we did have one and we're under 20 employees, they're gonna be pretty happy that you do have one.
Got initiative. So all the PPEs are coming in when? As in high vis stuff, because I noticed you're still wearing a
Yeah,
baton.
so we do have We do have, a bunch stood down at the yard and the guys know where it all is. That come in August.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's, the guys have plenty of everything that they need. Mhm.
Stephen, I was the other day running through my notes from the Good Roads Convention, and one of the sessions I attended was about finding efficiencies. I'm thinking of snow plowing and garbage collection. I don't think there's much. I think the guys have already figured out the efficiencies on the snow plowing. I'm a little concerned with where I see the garbage truck. I think there's room for efficiencies there, and we haven't had a waste management meeting for this term of council. I don't think we've had one. Usually they're piggybacked on an asset management meeting. I think we have to do that, and I think we have to address some of the concerns with efficiencies. I think right now, I don't think it's what's best for the community or for the township. I think it's what's best for the driver.
Mhm.
And I think that has to be addressed.
Yeah, I'll look at that there, Joe. I do agree. And one thing that I would like to change eventually as well, just a small thing that goes on is there is times where I think our garbage truck crews or garbage crews or waste collection crew, they do have a bit of time in between pickup and collection and throughout their day. So what I'd like to do to make it more efficient is there is a requirement to cover up all the waste collection as soon as you drop it off at the landfill. There's a 24-hour requirement that it's supposed to be covered with cover material. So one thing I'd like to do is have the crew that does the waste collection do the covering at the same time. And any time that they have free, it saves up having to have another guy go up and do it out of the roads department. So that's one thing I'd like to set up in the next upcoming month sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't really want to get into details now, and I
Yeah.
really don't expect you to fix it right now. I think it has to be addressed at a waste management meeting.
If I can just, we have a waste collection calendar going out at the end of October. Will it affect the routes though? Like, should I? Or what I'm thinking, or the routes okay, it's just some efficiencies within the routes.
Yes,
Just so I
exactly.
know when I go to do the
It's just
calendar. it can
like-
be more.
I see the garbage truck parked in places during the work hours where I don't think it should be.
That's more.
You know, they're either wasting time or they're making sure that they go by a location at the right time, you know. I don't think it's necessarily what's best for the township.
Agreed.
Any other questions or comments, Stephen?
I would like to just add one comment. Stephen, I think you're doing an amazing job. Well done.
Thank you.
And you just seem to be completely overwhelmed with all this stuff and you're just working your way through it. Well done.
Yeah, through time, I think it'll get better. So, yeah.
Yes, thank you for everything.
Thanks. Yeah, we'll see you
That's
later.
great. Have a great day. He's warmed it up for you.
Okay.
Welcome. Thanks for your patience.
Good morning, everybody.
Is he?
First,
Is he?
yeah. Firstly, I'll apologise for all the noise at the back of the hall. Yeah, there was a medical call to a fentanyl overdose, but yes, is in hand. Where were we? I'll just take a minute. No. So here's my report for the months of July and August for your fire department. The regular training. Not August. Yeah. Okay, I've just realised straight away as I'm looking at it. I've got the July training dates in there.
We didn't have a meeting in August, that's why.
Yeah, no, my training dates. I still would have had training dates and I've missed them off. I apologise for that. Training did take place in August. Very fruitful and thorough training was completed, I think. But anyway, during July, I can report that both pumpers and the Wajax Wildfire pump from Madawaska were drafted and pumped down using the Bark Lake boat launch. And the teams cross-trained and moved through all of the equipment in part of the training. And that training system was repeated the following week at Whitney, where all the machines were in use and everybody cross-trained going across them. Calls and responses. I never like to use the Q word, but for 2 months, that's not a bad list. Excuse me. On the 8th of July, we were called to assist the paramedic service to the lookout trail in the Algonquin Park to assist the EMS with carrying a deceased member of the public out of the bush on the trail. The end result was that actually by the time we got there, we were not required. There were so many park wardens and rangers on site that we weren't really required. One member of our team did assist and get involved, but that in turn then led me to consult with the park authority for somehow initiating a better line of communication between the fire department and the park services. And what we've now been able to elicit is that in fact there is a 24/7 phone number for the duty officer, albeit I've now found out that the duty officer is not necessarily on site and may be behind the time. If we're talking out of hours, they may actually be less informed than we are that there's even a call. The other thing they've been able to, my suggestion was that they actually provided us with one portable radio. And we would keep that charged at the Whitney Fire Hall. And if there was a call, the first thing we can do is call on the radio and see if they're actually required. They claim a sincere lack of radios, but what they do have the facility of is being able to phone in, and the telephone connects to their radio system, which was brilliant because it means we don't have to look after a piece of their kit. There's no radio to charge. And I've supplied all of the Whitney team with the phone number that allows anybody to just phone in and instantly be connected to the park radio system and talk to the ranger or whoever's on scene as to whether or not actually required. So that very sad event actually hopefully has led to a better line of communication for anything we do in future in the park. On the 9th of July, again, another medical assist call with a suspected overdose in Madawaska. On the 19th of July in Madawaska, Alien Lake Road, there was people phoning in reporting high concentrations of smoke. We drove up and down Alien Lake Road and the associated Highway 60 areas, and there just seemed to be general smoke in the area. Whether it was a hangover still from Quebec or not, I don't know, but no fire was ever found and no fire was ever reported. 20th of July, Whitney, Lake of Two Rivers, hydropole on fire. Excuse me. 30th of July at Whitney, Highway 60, a suspected bushfire. 31st of July, Madawaska Bark Lake near Sunny Hill Resort, smoke promoting, that's defined, that's Madawaska Valley's fire department area. 8th of August, Whitney, Highway 60, a single motor vehicle collision. No extrication was required, and I'm submitting an MTO claim for our hours there. On the 19th of August, Whitney team again attended. Oh, sorry, I should go back. That Highway 60 call. This is 2 years running now, where the day I book for pump testing, when the company comes out to test all our pumps up to standard, and they want to do it at one location, that's 2 years running now. We've got all the machines in one spot, and we get a call somewhere else where we need the machines. The mechanic's very good. He just steps away from the machine and says, yeah, this one's ready to go. You could use this one. And by the time some latter people from, just as a little anecdote, by the time some latter people arrived at Whitney, he'd actually got another vehicle all back together again and up and running, and they were able to bring. So there was Madawaska people in Whitney machines, there were Whitney people in Madawaska machines, and yeah, but it went well. I mean, fortunately, no severe injuries on that occasion, and we really did just contain the oil and the gas and sweep up all the debris and keep the members of the public informed as to what was going on. The road was shut for about an hour and a half, I believe. But moving on the 19th of August on Whitney, Highway 127, there was a two-vehicle motor vehicle collision, which is now, I don't know if you've heard the news, it's now turned into a fatal collision. The 83-year-old gentleman from Huntsville passed away a few days later of his injuries in hospital. And I understand that the OPP have charged the Italian driver with road traffic offences. They're also appealing for any witnesses if anybody was in the area and saw anything that's relevant. And anybody that's watching this on YouTube later on, please contact the OPP. 24th of August, Whitney, the Sunset Trail address was a smoke alarm. That would be a false alarm. activation, and the 27th of August, Madawaska, Macaulay Lake Road structure fire. That's been an interesting one for us. The fire was caused by a battery in a solar power backup generating system on the house. A number of issues have arisen from that, and I've had meetings now with the fire investigator and others. Our bylaw only requires a building permit should someone be putting the solar panels on the roof, which this house had, and it didn't have the building permit, which would have kicked in some form of inspection. I also suspect that it does require an ESA permit, and I don't think that was done either. We were incredibly lucky, and I give immense praise to the people at Macaulay Lake Road, who with one very big fire extinguisher and their garden hose managed to put the fire out. What I'm most astounded by is that everything I've done this year regarding batteries, with regard to lithium-ion batteries, is that they're almost nigh on impossible to put out. Well, Macaulay Lake residents proved them wrong. They put it out. And whether they got to it early enough before the cells had started to go into thermal runaway, whether there was some other, whether the battery had been altered in some way, shape or form, I can't tell. It's so badly damaged that in fact, by altering it, in fact, lessened the fire and explosion. The battery was exploding. I mean, when we got there, the battery cell, which was probably about the width of this table, actually looked like a piano accordion, you know, and the middle cells that should have been here were up here. The whole thing just rose up in the air. A couple of issues that I've learned about post that incident is that every solar panel system should have a disconnect switch. So exactly the same as we have on our AC units and furnaces and hot tubs, swimming pools, whatever. And that disconnect switch has to be so many feet away from where the fire is potentially. If there was a disconnect switch there, it was in the fire. But it's so badly burnt, we can't tell if there was or there wasn't. But again, a proper, and I don't believe this is a money grab, you know, by the ESA. You know, these are homes that people live in. And if they're avoiding the ESA cost of $175 for the permit, but they're prepared to risk their whole home or their lives, you know, or whatever the cost of the ESA inspection is, you know, I would advocate it's entirely worth every single cent. You know, it's bad enough to lose your home, even worse to lose your lives. So that was the Macaulay Lake Road. A little spin-off from that is because a couple of my team handled the battery and we got the battery out of the building, and interesting enough, even while we had the battery outside the building, all disconnected and that, there was still sparks flying amongst the different cells. Even though the fire was out, the battery is disconnected, you know, I mean, the battery's now 30 feet away from where it was connected, you know. It's not receiving any power from the solar panels, that was for sure, but yeah, the battery cells are still alive and still sparkling and arcing. Oh yes, that was it. Had to send 2 sets of kit fire bunker gear, turnout gear, away for professional cleaning because they were handling the chemicals that are inside the battery, and I don't want people then touching their bunker gear for that. So that's an additional cost on that one. Under the heading of complaints and concerns, I've been advised by the Renfrew District Health Unit of a new temporary foreign workers accommodation unit, working with our CBO and our new fire protection advisor to ensure that everything's up to code regarding those accommodation areas. And just as a word of caution, I was looking at yesterday's indices. Today's ones won't be out until this afternoon for the risk of wildfire. In this area, we have 2 monitoring stations. We have Algonquin and we have Bancroft. Algonquin, we're sitting around about there's 6 different indices they monitor, and pretty much all of them are sitting around the medium level. It goes low, medium, high, extreme. Bancroft, on the other hand, I think it's 5 out of the 6. Yeah, 5 out of the 6 are now at extreme. Just giving you notice that, you know, at the moment we're moving into a drier, hotter period, and the risk of wildfire is increasing.
Supposed to rain tonight.
Yeah, 11 mil when I looked at the forecast, which will be good, and yeah. Yeah, he's just gonna damp the top.
That's a
down.
lot of it all stayed on the top.
Yeah, that's right. Upcoming events, 23rd of September in Madawaska. I've received a request for firefighters and a truck to be in attendance at the Fall Fun Day. And I've also arranged, subject to their availability, for the MNRF AFFES wildfire team to be present. Does anyone need to know what the MNRF AFFES stands for? Good, moving on. 28th of September is Test Your Smoke Alarm Day, and I'll be putting stuff out on social media and the township website with regard to that. Under the correspondence and other items, the 1st of July, Whitney and Madawaska Fire Halls both participated in the Canada Day fireworks. The 11th of July, the MNRF lifted the restricted fire zone notice. 3rd of August, at Whitney, our SCBA compressor, that's the machine that fills our air tanks, was service quality checked and certified for another year. On the 8th, Madawaska, both pumpers were serviced and passed their annual pump test. And on the 14th of August, after some minor repairs, both the Whitney pumpers were serviced and passed their annual pump testing. Throughout the spring and this part of the summer, all 4 of our Wajax wildfire pumps have now been tested, serviced if required, and are all in a fully operational condition. Although we have one piece of equipment to buy, I need to buy a new suction hose for one pump. We suddenly found, surprise, surprise, we had 4 pumps and 3 hoses once we got them all up and running and serviced and that. We get that done. Well, eventually we will get things right. The only piece of equipment that is currently in for repair is the floating wildfire pump from Whitney. Oh, no, tell a lie. I went and collected that the other day after I wrote this. So the floating wildlife pump is back in service and is operational back at Whitney. Sorry, I should have read this again this morning. Portable pumps, different to wildfire pumps. Portable pumps are the big Honda machines that actually we use for firefighting at structure fires, not the lightweight wildfire, but the Wajax ones, small, lightweight, carry them into the bush. Portable pumps, we're talking a 2-man lift to move it a very short distance from trucks that carry it. But they're able to provide us with a vast amount of water. Anyway, all 3 of those portable pumps at Whitney, Madawaska have been tested, serviced, are required in a fully operational condition. The fire inspection of the commercial property on Highway 523 has been successfully completed. And then post writing this report, I've got a couple of other items to add to it. For this month, I've been distributing fire prevention material to the township office and the Madawaska Library. And then when I finish this meeting, I'm going to the Whitney Library to deliver this. I got this year some colouring books for children. I also found online that we were able to get a workbook for adults. It's more geared towards seniors, prompting you to think about the safety in your home with regard to fire, particularly in the kitchen and things like that, boiling water. There's also some freebies. Anybody wants a freebie? I got hold of some silicone pan holders, prevent injury, damage to you in the kitchen. So on the last Wednesday, I should have wrote it. Oh, I did. 29th of August, myself and Deputy Chief Tom had a tour of the proposed regional training centre at the CNL facilities in Petawawa. Amazing. What you can do when you have an unlimited budget, just mind-boggling. The CNL Fire Department have built a training building there that's a live fire building over 4 stories, 121 feet high when you're standing on the roof at the top. Inside 2 of the rooms, they can live fire. This is like a big metal, big trough. They fill with all wood and hay and everything else. They can get the whole building up to 1200 degrees Fahrenheit. They can practice sprinkler operation. Always goes off at the wrong time, isn't it? Sorry. They can practice sprinkler operation. The whole building is wired, plumbed for a dry riser hydrant system. They can introduce smoke throughout 3 of the rooms. 2 of the rooms have removable metal panels that literally just, there's a tracking along the system and grooves in the floor, and they just pick a panel up, hook it, and peg it to the floor. They can make 2 of these rooms into any shape you want, whether you want offices, a house. Some of the panels have got doorways in them, and amazing. They've even got the first part of the building is only 2-story high. So that's constructed with an attic whereby you can actually go outside on the roof and practice cutting ventilation holes in and venting the whole building from the smoke-filled room underneath for venting. Rapid access, if you're doing a bailout, they've got carabiner hooks for you to bail out on. The stairways on the outside have got balconies so you can do all your ladder practice. Then they've got a 4,000-foot classroom unit under construction at the moment. They'll have all the latest IT training facilities in there with changing rooms, showers before anybody else. The change rooms and showers are still gender specific, and the classrooms are designed to take 28 people at the space and size required for first aid training, which is bigger than a regular classroom where you just need to have a desk space. So huge facility there, canteen facility as well. And then the next phase that they're looking at is a propane burn area where they'll have a car that's all rigged with propane jets and other propane controlled fires where you can practice putting a fire out being fed by propane as opposed to be oil or anything else. An amazing facility. They have a request in at the moment to the OFM to become an authorised regional training centre, which would make them pretty much the closest one for us to use in the future. And they've also applied and been accepted to join the Renfrew County Mutual Aid Association, which for me was a big bonus because I tackled the chief at the end when there was a Q&A session. And I said, our level of training for hazardous materials is what we call awareness. We just are aware of all the risks, aware of what chemical, nuclear, radiological, biological could do to us. We don't actually train to deal with it. We have to call in someone else. And at the moment, that would be the feds from Ottawa. And that's a long, lengthy protocol process of how you call them out. Spoke to the chief there and he said, nope, part of the mutual aid, you want us, it's just the mutual aid is one call to the Pembroke chief who coordinates the mutual aid. And then if he says yes, then they're out. And then what the chief at CNL were telling me is that he's actually now working with the garrison to make their hazmat team even better, because they deal, obviously the CNL deal with certain aspects of it, and the garrison and the military deal with other aspects of hazmat. If you've got the 2 lots of knowledge and equipment together, I asked him about call out, because obviously we're an hour and 20 minutes. You took me about an hour and 20 minutes from the CNL base to get perhaps to Madawaska. But anyway, to get to our area, I said, well, what about your strength? Surely you still have to, and he said, yes. He said, we would send a team out to start the initial work. If needed, we'd call in others, but we still have to keep a core strength back at the CNL base for dealing with anything there. He said, but we're pretty flexible in sending people immediately and then calling other people in on their day off to backfill at CNL. So that really was an incredibly informative trip around their facility. The last 2 things on the agenda, today I've been notified that Captain Alec from Madawaska is undergoing an operation on his hand and he'll be off duty until the 1st of December. And then unfortunately, firefighter Dave Parks has returned back to hospital. He's been having a lot of medical issues lately, and his wife, Captain Teresa Parks, they both asked for a leave of absence for the foreseeable future due to the ongoing medical issues and in dealing with that. So I'm a little down on Madawaska at the moment, but hopefully the rain will come and I'll touch wood. Does anybody have any questions?
I have a comment about the hazmat unit. That's great news because as part of the emergency preparedness team within the hospital, that was always sort of the downfall. So, potential of a chemical spill happening on a highway is likely. We have enough transports going what our job would be is to how are we gonna deal with the patients, right? But it always was a question when we were sitting around the table, how is the municipality going to handle that spill? Right, other than making a call and keeping people away until those that have the proper gear, the proper knowledge, not that I shouldn't say proper, because most people would know the knowledge to how to handle it, but you don't have the expertise and you don't have the materials to clean up.
That's exactly right.
So that's great that Padawalla's stepped up and that'll certainly help throughout.
What the chief from CNL was saying, and in fact, so he had a load of his senior management team higher than him that were there, and in fact, they apologized. The CEO of CNL actually wanted to be at the meeting as well. Their drive now is very much towards community orientated. We're here, but what else can we do in our community to help with all these facilities? What can we do to help? How can we integrate better into the community? So brilliant. It was really good.
That's wonderful.
Any other questions or comments?
I just make a comment for the council members that response at Macaulay Lake, I think it was an email that I got from one of the residents expressing the thanks for the fire department showing up and the professionalism that was exhibited at the scene. I did pass that on to Ian, but just for council's awareness that, it was appreciated by I think it was actually the guy that used the extinguisher to put fire out.
I also, after you passed that message to me, I passed it to all my team members that have been present at the fire.
Yeah, I just tried to find it. I can't find it. I don't know what I did with it.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that's really good. I appreciate all that. And thanks for the great and complete report. Sorry. Look forward to it and, hopefully it's not too busy in the month. Best of the month. Yeah, don't keep our fingers crossed for you.
She doesn't say the Q word.
She didn't say the Q word. No, you're right. I'll forgive her. She didn't say the Q word.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Brian?
Yeah, the only thing I have this time is the short-term rental policy that we've been talking about. Short-term rentals, the need to bring them in under our zoning, comprehensive zoning bylaw, because we don't currently have them. And then what policy would we need to implement that zoning bylaw decision? Short-term rentals are certainly a necessary and a desirable form of accommodation within our township. And currently rentals are simply not permitted, although they are occurring within the community. Staff have been working concurrently on preparing a policy and a zoning bylaw amendment. While we've been doing that, we keep going back in this policy, and a lot of the policy development, I think, will depend, needs to be situationally dependent. So is council going to permit them under the zoning bylaw amendment? I think currently it doesn't recommend them in LSR or SR zones, correct? Right. So if council decides to implement them in an LSR or an SR being shoreline residential or limited shoreline service residential, if council is going to consider implementing them in that zone, there may be differences in the policy if they're only permitted in Whitney and Madawaska or in rural areas. So we felt like we were kind of chasing the dog chasing its tail, where I think we needed a policy direction as it relates to the zoning bylaw before we got too far into the zoning, the policy implementation. So what I've kind of, having gone through with Tracy, we've kind of recommended that at this point, we really do need to decide what we're going to do with the zoning bylaw. And once we figure that out, then we can tweak the policies related to, or maybe we don't even want a policy, but if we're going to have a policy to implement that, then we should probably do that post the decision for the zoning bylaw, rather than chasing our tails and going to the public with a policy that may need a lot of rewriting, or maybe council won't even want one once they've done their zoning bylaw. So we kind of are recommending to put that on the side burner until council makes some decisions on the zoning bylaw amendment. That said, if council wishes to proceed, we're more than happy to go ahead with public meetings. We've come up with some proposed radar. I keep saying it's our radar. I've started for the office, things that we're going to do, when we're going to do them, when we can have council meetings. We put that all out to council. If council wants to, we will put that on back on radar. But I'm just looking for some direction as to where council feels we should go with short-term rental accommodation policies and the zoning bylaw amendment itself.
I attended the Cross Lake annual general meeting and mentioned that these were things that we were looking at, and wholeheartedly they agreed with it. They thought some sort of regulation of the short-term rental should be in place. They wouldn't give me any more than that, but they believe that some sort of regulation should be in place, because I delivered it in such a way that people renting a property should feel that it is safe. It should have smoke alarms. It should have 2 means of egress out of a bedroom. It should be that the people are instructed not to leave garbage out where creatures can get to it, etc., etc. And something else that they brought, and I'd already thought of this, is there should be someone within 30 minutes to respond if there is a problem with the property or a problem with the people renting the property. So an agent, if the owner is not 30 minutes away. So from their point of view, they were wholeheartedly in favour of some sort of regulation, some sort of licence, some sort of inspection to gain that licence. They thought it was an excellent idea. And a number of them do actually rent their properties, but to friends and relations. And I said, that's not really what we're looking at. It was more Airbnb, VRBO, etc., where people are making this a commercial business. So they were happy with all of that. That was the input from them, most definitely. In favour.
Dr. Claire?
Okay, just because I didn't declare conflict of interest initially, I guess I should. Each time this subject comes up, do I need to declare it, or?
Certainly, what's on the agenda, I would recommend that it's
Okay, I declare then.
best.
Dr. Fisher?
Due to the history of what's going on right now, I don't feel I should. But to make my thoughts short, I'm going to declare a conflict of interest just to save time and energy.
Okay. Any other comments?
One of the motions that I asked to be brought to the table to endorse is a request for Airbnb to have a license and inform the community. So it takes some of the responsibility away from the person that's renting and puts it on Airbnb, that requirement would be there before it can be listed. I don't know if it's our answer. It certainly won't hurt us, and it probably will help us.
I think Airbnb is too large for them to be issuing any form of license. They will look to the township that the property is
But
in.
if the province makes it a requirement for Airbnb
Yes,
to inform the town,
yes.
I think that's the goal of this motion.
Well, definitely, I'm same as you, a lot of people I've talked to, they're looking for some sort of regulation on this type of thing.
Yes.
And
So I think the question here, I think from a staff perspective, is not that like that we're gonna need to regulate.
Yeah.
It's how we're gonna develop that regulation for quiet enjoyment of property, right? So you live on the lake, Bill. The house next door on either side of you is an Airbnb unit. And all summer long, you have people renting those Airbnb units for weekends or for the whole week. You've got a constant turnover of people in those cottages. Where before you might have them there for the summer, you've now got them there for a week or a weekend. How does that affect your quiet enjoyment, your ability to go to work? You know, are they outside making a lot of noise at night? Is that something we need to address? Are they, what are the, if we're doing it at the lake, because the lake is probably a little different need than if we're not doing them at the lake. The recommendation that came from the planner originally was shoreline residential and limited service residential properties, which are all our lake properties, pretty much, would not be a permitted use. So if we're gonna change that zoning bylaw, certainly we may want to look harder at how we regulate it. And maybe if that's not regulated, then maybe do we need a regulation? So I think that's kind of where I was going with this. Certainly, I'm willing to look at them concurrently, if that's the desire of council, to take them to the public and we'll deal with them both together. But I think our concern was we weren't sure where we were going with the zoning bylaw amendment, which may redirect where we go and how we go about regulating them. That we needed to kind of figure out plan A and then bring the policy for implementation behind it.
I don't think we can take, sorry, Trish. I don't think we can differentiate. Airbnb, VRBO, people are going to want to rent a waterfront property in preference to something in a town. They live in a town, they live in a city, they want to escape. They're coming to South Algonquin because of our beautiful waterways and rivers. I think to say that we take the shoreline road allowance properties out of the equation, I don't agree with that. I think that is wrong. I do know a couple of people on a lake that have their property. They can only manage to keep it if they rent it out for a couple of weeks of the year. And they rent it out through Airbnb. They block in what's available and what's not, and that allows them to keep that property. So I think we need to be very cognitive of this situation. And I think as things become tighter monetary wise, there will be a lot more people wanting to do a month of the summer, for example, at their cottage on the lake, which means that they can pay their property taxes or they can pay their fuel for them to arrive or their insurance costs. So I don't believe that it's right to take the shore road allowance zoning out. I think it has to be every property in the township that we deal with. That's my personal.
Certainly the proposal that came from the planners originally, the draft zoning bylaw amendment did not include shoreline residential, nor did it include the limited service residential properties.
And I think that's what we need to establish versus where we're going to permit them.
I mean, certainly that's the way council wants us to go. I have no problem with that. But that way that will aid me in how we develop this policy, I think, as well, because there's different recognitions on the cottage properties on the water versus in town, potentially, in how that may affect your neighbors. You're a little more rural, you get more echoing on the lake, you get people out there boating and having fires and, you know, doing all of that great summer thing that you might not do on a property in town. So the need for us to look at what policies should be entwined into that, make solid recommendations to the council, but also to give us a more solid base to go to the public with, I think really is dependent on the direction of that zoning bylaw amendment. And certainly if there's LSR and SR properties are going to be included, then we'll take another look at that policy and say, is this needed? Yes, we're going to leave these things in now, or no, they're not needed and we'll take them out. And that's, I think that would give us the guidance before we go to public with it. And I don't have a problem doing them simultaneously.
What do other members of council think? Should we be including the waterfront properties and shoreline allowance properties?
I have council piece on that, I'll come back.
I'm afraid to speak.
Yeah. Clear the conflict.
Yeah.
I would suggest you, right, if I may make a suggestion. Okay, I know it's a difficult one. Council Roger, do you have something you want to say?
Well, I mean, it's a real difficult situation, but I mean, what are the ramifications to the municipality if we allow it on the SLR?
I know, it's all these acronyms.
Yeah.
Limited service
That's it.
residential properties.
Versus none.
Well, I mean, I think the only real difference is limited service those properties are all on private roads.
Mhm.
They're not municipally maintained, and therefore they're not maintained in the winter. We don't know what the capacity of those roads is. We don't know if those roads are going to be maintained. We don't know if we can get a fire truck into those roads. So they're a little different for limited service. That doesn't say that shoreline residential are certainly on municipal roads, most of them. With the exception of some, I think, that are.
Well, the limited is the water access.
I was gonna say,
lanes,
it's
and to our
the
life
water.
residential, it's the ones off lane lanes.
Yeah.
And another thing that is in the policy, which would have to be looked at if we do decide with, right now, I believe in that policy, it states that they have to be, the owner has to be on site. And with the shoreline residential, they're not, they're cottages, people are in Toronto or the city and they're renting them out, so that will have to be looked at too. For all of them, actually, frankly, that's one that popped up when I was reading it, going, that's not gonna work,
Well, that's,
because a lot of people aren't here.
well, that's exactly
Yeah.
it. Like, I thought the same thing. I keep turning it over in my mind when we're talking about a regular bed and breakfast and now an Airbnb. If the person whose residence it is has to be there, like, there's really no difference.
So here's my take on this, and I've had some discussions with Brian Pace in this. I think I'm not comfortable in going to a public meeting at this joint time, because I feel we don't have all our work in order.
No.
To go to a public meeting, I think we're going to be kind of floundering on this issue. I mean, what I see is going on, and I'm glad that you got to the Cross Lake meeting, and we have the Hay Lake Association, and the Ann Lake Association, is, for me, we all now have the Airbnb being looked at along with the housing thing. It's supposed to start September from the social, from DSAP. And there's some discussion about the whole issue of Airbnbs, across the province. So, what concerns me is not the person that's trying to rent out their place for a week or so to pay taxes. My concern, and I've seen it this summer, is someone that has bought property here, never here, not here, renting it out at an exuberant price and not paying anything back to this township. That's, from my perspective, where I think we have to put, for want of a better word, our eggs in that basket and take a look at that. Are they contributing to the township at all? No, we're picking up their garbage. They are doing infractions that I agree has to go to the Ministry of Natural Resources and whatever. But I don't think we're ready to go to the public. I really believe we're not. And we can give staff and guidance how to look at this, but I really believe that I'm not comfortable going to a public meeting at this point in time. So that's where I was coming from on this whole issue.
But aren't we having a public open meeting to get the input from the people? Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing at an open meeting? Hearing what they have to say about it.
But we should, if we're going to a public meeting, I think as a township, we should have some kind of plan or suggestion where we'd like to go. And you've been to the pub, you've been to the association, you've got their input, you've got their input from Ann Lake. Council Pichon and I were at Hay Lake, we got some input. So I just don't feel, members of council can decide what you want to do, that we are prepared to go to a public meeting on this. Let's face it, the summer is over. I think we need time to do this and come back with something before the next season, and we see when we have some kind of in-depth what's going on with my opinion, these Airbnbs and people that aren't even, we have a situation right on the top of the hill going to the church. I don't think the person's kind of ever been in the township, maybe coming up to see and buy the house. We have another situation where another place is going up for sale, Whitney, at $325,000. Is that going to be an Airbnb? I suggest it might be,
quite possibly.
because we can't, our people can't come home. Our young people can't come home, not at the cost of a home at this point in time. And so, from my point of view as a township, we can't stop the market, but can we afford, I can't afford to go and buy a house at $325,000, not in a township pay anyway, so, I think we're in a bit of a quandary here, so.
I don't disagree. I mean, I look at things from a business perspective too. I mean, I financed a number of these houses.
Oh, good, I know it.
So, I mean, you're right, they're a business, but it's happening all over the place.
Exactly.
So, and I mean, there are some companies out there that are doing it right. As a matter of fact, my wife's got a weekend booked with some of her college girlfriends. She contacted the Airbnb company because she had some questions and things. This company looks after 700 properties all over the place. They have a number of crews. They have a bunch of they do hire people locally to do some of these places, to have people go in and clean these places up. But that's about the extent of it.
Exactly. That's my point.
So,
I think we have enough, even with what we've said here, to go to the open meeting and say, look, this is an issue. This is the things that have come to our knowledge. We want to deal with it in a proper way. Can we have input from everybody? To me, that's what an open house is about. It's not to come and just tell people what we're doing.
And certainly we can bring forward some of the recommendations that we're making to the public for consideration.
Yeah.
Not that they're bad ideas. I mean, that's really what it's for. I think the big question is, we're going to need the zoning bylaw amendment, period, full stop. It has to be done. So that will proceed. So do we want to get in the game of regulating? Do we want to police this, or do we want to just leave it run amok until we have a problem?
Well, there's a problem now, isn't there?
Well, certainly. I mean,
And it's only any good if we say you can't have an Airbnb, our bylaw says this, then we've got to go down the route of enforcement.
Exactly.
Whereas I think people would be more likely to go and apply for a license to allow the Airbnb, and the revenue can come back to the township for the extra garbage, the extra towards the salary for bylaw enforcement, etc., etc. I think we have enough with what's been discussed to actually go to the public and say, this is what we've got, this is the situation. Do you have any bright ideas, basically? Because a lot of people have very strong views on it. The thing that came out of Cross State was education about garbage. You don't just put it in a plastic bag outside the door in a rural location. If you've got a campfire, you haven't necessarily got water on hand. You make sure you have a pail or a hose set up. They don't have, people coming from the city don't have that knowledge that we have about living rurally, and they want to live rurally. We know, because I used to, as you know, own All-Star Resort, and we had to educate our people in our cottages. But we did that because we were on site and we saw it happening. It's only the same sort of thing with Airbnb. People are renting a property and don't know how to live in a rural environment. They don't know that the garbage has to be taken to the landfill, or they take it home with them. They don't know these things, and the owners are not very forthwith with giving people this information.
We already have a public meeting coming up.
Well,
When is it?
that's what,
That's
that's,
potential.
it's dependent on the decision from this meeting, but.
But we have to have a
September-
public meeting based on the zoning bylaw.
Yeah,
So,
so, yeah.
when-
If we decide to go with the public, with the zoning bylaw, we have to have a public meeting on it anyway for the planning act.
Right. So are you suggesting we have to do that? Okay, we have to have the zoning bylaw meeting.
Well, which way do we gotta go
So
here?
yeah, exactly.
Because on one hand, do we need a zoning bylaw change? I mean, right now, as standing as it is right now, they're all illegal, right?
That's correct.
So if we decide that we don't want to change anything, then we don't have to do anything.
But they are in contravention of your zoning bylaw.
Right, so in order to make them legal, we have to change the zoning bylaw.
Right.
So we still have to have a
So
public
we can
meeting.
get them in there, get them recognized with the zoning bylaw amendment, and then, and with the zoning bylaw amendment, and then regulate them after that, if you want, or like Brian said, we can do it all together, and that's what.
But if we have the zoning bylaw amendment and it is a commercial business that someone is running, as an Airbnb, then that has to be a commercial property. And if it's commercial property, their property tax is going to double.
Unfortunately, impact determines whether or not it's commercial or residential property, and renting your home is not going to be a commercial activity, in my experience, unless certain criteria are met, and I don't know what those criteria are. I think that's part of our challenge is
Yes.
impact's not recognizing these places as commercial. And in order, I think our policies can help clarify some of the information and can discourage commercial enterprise, or put it in a realm of making the compensation valuable to the municipality, subject to the loss of taxation revenues that we would have gotten had that property been deemed to be commercial. But I think that's all stuff to look at in the policy development side of it. That, you know, if one person's renting it for 3 days or for a week because that's what they need to pay their taxes this year, and they're not there, is different than somebody that's renting it every single week, 52 weeks of the year.
And there's some like housekeeping cottages, there's some criteria around it that they're not even zoned commercial per impacts criteria. But another thing that we're noticing, or I've noticed, is that there's a lot of corporate business members buying dwellings. So at that stage, that may be something that we can talk to impact about, or lobby somebody, maybe this resolution that Councilor Thorne has in here might help too, is that if they're a corporate corporation buying a dwelling, then maybe that should flag impact as, okay, it's a business, let's.
1, 2, 3 Ontario Incorporated.
And that's what's happening a lot.
But I mean, you get a couple of brothers, a couple of sisters, an aunt and an uncle all put in a certain amount of money. The best way that they can do that is to form an incorporation, and it costs very little to be an incorporation, albeit you have to file taxes every year. But is that truly a business per se, or are they related people or friends that have just pulled a little bit of money so they have a cottage to go to? So I think we just have to be careful, and my personal thoughts are some sort of regulation is the way forward, rather than actually trying to change the zoning. But we need to do that if we're calling them illegal.
Yes.
There's two ways to look at public meetings. One is telling people what you're going to do, and the other one is asking them what you should do. And I think we're at the stage of asking them what we should do. And then maybe have another meeting at some point after that, telling them what we have decided to do.
We listened to you, we put it all together, and this is what we've come out with,
Because that's who's going to show up at this open house, are the neighbors of the Airbnbs complaining, right?
Well, hopefully the people that own them as well, to defend the idea of renting their place out or whatever. Again, like everybody else, I'm not really against somebody renting a room out in their house, or
For a school teacher, you know.
yeah, or like in Councillor Kuyak's place where there was a second dwelling on the residence and that person isn't using it anymore, so why not rent it out and make some money on it? But not travel trailers, and we're into a lot of situations where people are renting out travel trailers. And I don't think that should be allowed.
and the owner is right there in the situation. If you're renting out a room or you're renting out the basement, you're actually living in the property anyway. So it's a very different situation than buying a property with the pure intent of having it managed by a management corporation, having them clean it, and deal with things. And you don't ever go there, you maybe visit it once a year.
Yeah,
I
and
think very different situations.
it is very different, and I don't think that we can make that illegal. But we can make it so that we have some control and we collect some extra taxes from it.
And that's the point.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I feel we should be going, is going after these people have no interest in the community. The interest is to make the almighty dollar, don't care.
Well,
about,
those people aren't likely to show up at your
They
meeting,
won't, they're not gonna come to me.
No,
They're
so
gonna-
you-
They
you
might
can-
send a rep.
so we can decide whatever we want.
I do believe that there should be someone accountable within a 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever vicinity to deal with rowdy people or letting off with fireworks or flames in a campfire that are 10 feet high. Well, when we rented it, it was okay to have campfires, and then you can't get hold of the person that rented it. I think an agent has to be able to be contacted
But how do you regulate that and how do you enforce
with
that?
a license, I think.
How do you enforce that though? How do you?
It has to be by law enforcement.
Well, we have one part-time bylaw enforcement officer.
No, yes,
Yes, we do.
yes, we do.
Yeah, so,
That becomes true for a lot of our bylaws.
well, exactly, but you know,
But if the people are misbehaving, like being a nuisance to the neighbors,
you can call the police.
that now becomes an OPP problem,
Exactly.
not a bylaw enforcement. I don't know, if you rent it out to 52 different places, you know, like a week at a time, that's a lot of enforcement or a lot of potential problems. You may not have any if you screen your clients. Like, I wouldn't want to rent my place out to somebody that's gonna destroy it. And I think if I was in that position of renting out my house, I'd be very careful of who I let in there.
Like,
If
You
you
have to
rent,
be over 60 years old.
if you rent through Airbnb and there is damage done, Airbnb has a compensation policy.
I've read through that though, and it's pretty iffy if people get it or not.
It is there though.
Yeah, I
They
know.
do say that they rent through us and you are protected.
But I've seen case examples where they actually had to go to court and ended up costing them more money than what the damage was.
So I guess I'm looking to council's decision. You want to go ahead with a public meeting even,
I think we should,
I know,
hopefully it doesn't result in just a blaming. Like pointing fingers and saying it's your fault and you want to do this. It's
exactly.
not, that's not the intent. The intent is to gather information so we know what direction to go.
Yes, and I think that's how it should be worded. It's an open house to gather information about how we proceed with putting this draft together.
So is that then, if we do a public meeting now, to gather information, what does that do with our planning act meeting that we were supposed to?
This one isn't a planning act one anyway. It's okay. It was just put in there. We can change that date. Actually, I think you're not going to be here that day anyway.
No, the 11th, actually, I just realized that's the day that I have to see my wife to the airport to go home again.
So I think what I'm gathering, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we will have an open house. I don't know if we present what we have, or we just have a list of questions for the public, ask these list of questions that we're struggling with, if anyone wants to give them to me, and then.
I think what we should do, and this is just my observation. I think we should bring forward what we have. And say, here's what we've got so far. What's broken in here? What do you think works in here? And how can we modify this to make it work for the majority of people? Because if we don't give a framework of where we're starting, most people don't have a clue how to regulate. So at least we're gonna give them a framework of here's where we are. And I don't think we're far on either of our policies there, whether it's the zoning amendment or the policy that we've all seen. I don't think we're that far on either of those as to how far we may need to go, but we can bring it, and somebody's gonna say, well, what about this problem, and what about that problem, and they'll give us some ideas on how to make it better, because you know what? Tracy and I don't know everything, and the more minds that we put to this, the better it's gonna be. Is it gonna be perfect? No, there's always gonna be somebody that's not gonna be happy that we're regulating them at all. But I think that there's always gonna be the homeowner who has to enjoy quiet enjoyment of their property to some degree during the 4 months, 16 weeks, where their neighbors are overwhelming them with different neighbors every single day, that everybody's wanting to have the same enjoyment of the lake. We go to the lake for a reason. We want to be out the boats. We want to spend time outside. We're going to have campfires. We're going to drink beer. You know, it's a very common theme. And if we're going to allow them at the lakes, I think we really have to talk about and find out from the neighbors what they see as challenges and issues. I know when we had our official plan meeting in Madawaska, one of the complaints down there was about fireworks every weekend at the cottage next door to them. Well, that's probably because it's probably an Airbnb. So is that something that's a problem that needs to be managed? Well, I don't know, but that's a discussion for the greater community to give us some direction on. So I don't have a problem moving forward, but I think that we need to give them at least a skeleton framework of where council's thinking, and then we can tweak it from there and make it better.
Well, I think that if we're going to have an open house, I think we have to have one in Whitney and one in Madawaska, and I think it should also be put on our website for people that may want to answer some of these questions. So I don't think it's as easy as saying we're having a public meeting. I think there's some thought and planning has to go into this.
If I thought we could send out a questionnaire with people's views and ideas, and we would get response, then that would be a way of dealing with it. But in my experience, people just don't bother answering any of the questions.
We can certainly do up a survey on SurveyMonkey and make it available on a link on a website is another option for some people. I think that you're right, Ethel. It's good to have both ends of the township covered. We're going to cover the great, people are going to have the least travel to get to one of those two locations. We just plan them out that way. I don't see a problem with having a couple of public meetings. I think we need to regulate the zoning bylaw amendment, and we need to do that sooner than later. That permits them to continue. But the policy itself, there's nothing saying that we can't, and I know that there was one other municipality I spoke to, when they finally came to a decision and council said, yeah, we want to do this bylaw, we want to put this policy in place as it relates to regulating. Now what we're going to do is we're going to give you until next year. And they gave them that whole year to get themselves sorted, to commit to compliance with the zoning bylaw or with the policy on how we were regulating, to get their licenses. And they didn't have, they only did enforcement on when they had complaints. But anyone that wasn't in compliance after that year and there was a complaint about them, then there was repercussions to not complying. But they gave them time to comply. They didn't say, you know, we didn't pass this regulation in April and say, yeah, May the 1st, when all your cottagers are coming, you need to be in place for this. And it just doesn't work that easily.
I think also what we are failing to acknowledge here, the reason that we're looking at this is because of the housing shortage and the rental shortage within the township of rental homes. And that's the only reason that we're having to look at this, because there are no homes for anybody to rent, long-term rental. And I know people that have been turned out of their homes because they've been renting, and then the person's decided that the Airbnb is very much more lucrative for a couple of months of the year, and they're turned out of their rental home, their lease isn't renewed, etc. So I think the only reason we're looking at this, well, one of the reasons, maybe not the only reason, but one of the main reasons is we have no rental homes within the township at all, long-term rental.
I think if we said to an Airbnb though, and in fairness to your comment, but we said to the person that has an Airbnb, let's say he's down the road from me, and said, well, we're going to regulate so that you're not running this Airbnb and making a lot of money. That person then could retaliate and say, well, I'm not going to rent to anyone either. One, or two, they put it at an exuberant rate of rent that the people can't afford it anyways. If I were somebody that owned an Airbnb and that's what the township came to me and said, I don't know that I would be so kind as to say, well, I'm just going to rent it and somebody that wants to come back. I don't know, that's my
Or the
view.
people that own those Airbnbs are gonna put them all up for sale.
Exactly, yeah,
Property values will go down.
That's good.
yeah,
Yes, no.
yeah. So anyways, it's like, I mean, we all have different points of view.
A
on
lot
this,
of
right?
people have got an Airbnb, but they're actually relying on some funding coming in to pay the second mortgage that they've taken out to buy it.
And
And
that's understandable.
so they maybe would rent it long term. Who knows? I don't know that there is an answer, but I think if we can have as much input into this as possible, people have other ideas. It may well that and the light comes on and we've got a policy that's workable and good for everybody.
Well, I think that's why there was a restriction on the total numbers of days of rental in the draft policy,
Yes,
which was to get away from the short-term rental in the guise of a long-term rental, where people are constantly renting all year round, taking them out of the housing market, because we do know that is happening in the community. It's happening across the province.
Mm.
Because the Landlord Tenant Act is not landlord friendly. And when you have a problem tenant, it's almost impossible to get rid of them. So short-term rentals are a way around that, right? Because they're not applicable to the landlord tenant legislation. And as well, they're, you know, if you can get $1,000 a week instead of $1,000 a month, why wouldn't you, right?
Exactly.
So, but I think those are why there were some of the policy decisions put into the original policies that we were drafting as staff. But I think they do need finessed, and they need the finesse of the greater community, so that when council does make a decision on them one way or another, that you're making the decision on the best information available. And if you're bringing in a policy, it'll be as good a policy as we could put together, given the feedback that we got on it.
Okay, so, in conclusion then, I'm asking council what do you want to go with a public meeting? That's the feeling of the 4 members of council that are,
I'm in favor.
I'm in favour of a public meeting, but I understand we've got to deal with this zoning bylaw amendment first.
We can do it together.
We can,
Take them both together, yeah.
okay.
I just think the policy itself, we can move that forward at a different pace than the zoning bylaw amendment.
So as far as the public meeting with, to get input, we could take them both at the same time, but pass the zoning bylaw amendment first to allow them.
Because otherwise, anyone that's renting their property short term is an infringement of our bylaw.
That's right.
And potentially we could go out and the township would be in court, basically.
Well, in my ward, which I'm more familiar with than the rest of the township, I can think off the top of my head of 16 or 17 rental properties. And I can only think of one of them that is a short-term rental.
They're long-term rentals, aren't they?
The other ones are all long-term. There's only one that I can think of off the top of my head. There may be some at Macaulay Lake that I'm not aware of that are rentals. Because cottagers, they come and they go, like, how do I know if it's the owner that's there or not?
I think you only need to look at Airbnb, the website, and you'll see the number of properties that are in South Algonquin, because they're all there.
It's quite a number.
There's quite a lot of them.
Mhm.
well, maybe we could pull that off.
Yeah, certainly I can pull that up
Pull that up.
and provide council just a summary of the numbers that Airbnb are showing.
Yeah,
And that's Airbnb,
Mhm.
let alone those that do it privately.
exactly, that we don't know about, yeah.
So we have it on for September 13th is to review the draft, short-term rental zoning bylaw, and we can have the policy in there too, if that's where you want to go. Like Brian said, he's not available on the 11th of October, so we'd have to change that date, and then we'll do like, I don't know if you want to do an evening.
I'm trying to, okay, I'm sure you're confused in the word.
Maybe,
Data you're looking at now, I think September 13th is too soon.
No, that was just a review for council, but I
Oh,
really to look at it, to go to public, just to look at it one more time, but we can take what we have now. I think
what we should do with this document, Tracy, is we were talking about it under new business, having a conversation about what I've done, I call my radar. So we can talk about availability of everybody for those dates or any other dates. I think we can talk about it at that point.
Okay, we can wait.
And I would suggest that anyway, and we'll set a date at that point for moving forward with this document.
I didn't realize there was stuff on the back.
No, I didn't either.
So being an elected official sitting at this table, representing many people that have got cottages and some of them do rent them out. I want to be a part of this process. I feel I'm being denied. I feel like I'm denying the people in my ward who elected me. Not being able to voice and not being able to be involved in this discussion. So that being said, I don't know when I am going to be able to be involved in this. Not that I want to put the brakes on the whole process here, but
Yeah, I would suggest that conversation back with.
The integrity commissioner, Council Pigeon, that has to be discussed with the integrity commissioner, Tony Fleming.
The fact that you don't own a property yourself that you are renting out, in my eyes, takes you one step away, but you own a business that is involved in management of them. You don't actually own a property that is being short-term rented, so I'm not sure. I think Tony Fleming is the man to decide whether or not.
Well, that's who we've been
this
advised.
is
to
very
do.
important. This is a very important issue and I certainly want to be involved in this.
And certainly that's why if council, when we get to the reader, if we want to date, like I said, for this, we're at that point now in the year where the summer's gone.
Don't need to worry about it tomorrow.
And the zoning bylaw amendment we're gonna move forward with. If this doesn't come back to the table, we don't have public consultation on it until January, does it make any difference?
Exactly.
Right? So that's why I just wanted everyone to see what staff have put together as a radar. We're gonna talk with that under new business, but what we've done for a radar of things, I'm calling them my radar because it's whatever, these things that I have to be reminded that we have to be doing and trying to put dates and times and coordinate activities of council. So the council knows when we need them, what we need them for, and we know that council's all available because trying to schedule the 7 of you when you're not in this chambers is really complicated. So we just want to we'll talk about, you know, if council wants to push this out because we want to address any issues that may be related to conflicts of interest or the integrity commissioner prior to that. I have no problem doing that at all, right? None at all.
I want to apologize to the mayor, the staff and the council for venting my frustration.
We understand totally. We understand how frustrating it really is.
Thank you.
And I take your point and thanks, Council. So at this point in time, can I ask that we maybe take a 10-15 minute break? I think we're going to be running a bit later today, and I think that with some myself, it's,
Oh, we haven't even got into the meeting yet.
I know we haven't, and for some of those diabetes, this isn't good. Anyway, if we could just take a 10 or 15 minutes. We're in, are we in? Okay, thank you, everyone.
Yes, we
for
have to go.
This needed to take a necessary wellness break. So our next report is going to be Tracy. Go ahead, Tracy.
So in the report, in the package, there was a letter from the Mackenzie Lake Property Owners Association requesting that we, as the council, acknowledge that we're currently working on a lake plan for the Mackenzie Lake. There's no action required at this time from council. It's more like an acknowledgement that this is happening and that we expect it in the future. If there's any questions, I can.
I have one question and it's general about all property owners associations. I always wonder what percentage of the actual cottagers they represent or the percentage of the property owners that they represent. Sometimes it's surprisingly few. And yet they're making plans for everybody. Do you happen to know, Councillor Pizzo?
It is a very small number.
Yeah, and
As compared, if you want to do percentage wise, I'd say probably about 25%.
in fact, yeah. They even commented about that at the meeting, you know, the amount of members that were there. Plus the full amount of members, and I agree with Keyshawn.
But there are a lot of people that don't want to get involved. There's a lot of people that don't want.
But that percentage,
Fine.
that percentage is probably true of all the associations.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was talked about at that meeting that we were at. Don't think you don't, but subsequently, it's
I don't-
you know, yeah.
Yeah, it's just to acknowledge it, and I just wanted to put in there some, I don't think the next steps when it's finalized.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think they always have the best intentions with the lake at heart. It always concerns me of what percentage of the actual owners that they represent.
Their lake plan is mainly for the health
I know.
of the lake and the watershed. Right.
Mhm.
Okay, that's it for staff reports. I'm going to move on to council reports.
Oh, okay.
Did you have something?
No, you're right.
Council report? Council report, what would you?
Well, I just want to add to the Murchison Isle Recreation Committee.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
And it's I'll do it as a counselor, not as a,
Okay,
there's been a real problem at the community hall in Madawaska with one of the rentals. One of the rentals that we had, I think it was in June or early July, moved everything inside that community hall that could be moved, including the stage. And they put it into pods. And it was so disorganized that one of the speaker wires was in one pod and the other speaker wire was in the other pod. And I know that our employee, Adam Zebart, I don't know how many hours he spent bringing stuff back and putting stuff back together. And the hall, I think it was used Tuesday night for author talk.
yes,
And it's being used again on Saturday for a memorial, like a funeral memorial thing. And Sharon and I are not going to be at home on the weekend to make sure everything is okay there. So she dragged me down there on the weekend to find the sound system, try and put it together. And like it was in both pods. I don't know how these people even had access to the pods, but I guess because they had a key to the garbage and they're all keyed alike. And then she just messaged me early in the meeting, and she was there with one of the other members of the recreation committee, and they found damage to the new bouncy castle that we just bought. Paid $1,600 for it. There's a hole in it.
Kind of problem.
Because this group just threw everything out. Like, it's unbelievable, the mess that there was there. So something has to be done in the rental agreement for that place, that it's more than a physical inspection of the building before they get their damage deposit back.
right.
Like, the damage deposit is only $200.
That's nothing.
Well, that's absolutely nothing compared with what it cost. Like, I'm not even counting a cost to my wife and my time there, because we do it as volunteers. but we shouldn't be having to root around in the pod to find microphones and cords and speakers and stands. The piano stool was in there, the chairs, the stand, everything.
When you speak of a pod, Joe, excuse me. it is a pod.
We have two pods outside, like sea
Containers,
cats.
sea
Oh,
containers.
okay.
There's, one of them has the bouncy castle in it, and it has the tent that we use for Canada Day in it. That's the newer one. And Adam has some stuff in there, and the other one contains extra tables and chairs and some odds and ends and stuff that can be used in the hall, depending on the function that's there.
Joe, would it maybe be better if people only had access to those things within the building that they actually needed access to?
I think we have to change,
Change
I
the keying.
think keys, like the pods shouldn't be keyed the same as the garbage. I don't think these people had permission to take all that stuff out of the hall.
No.
They had their band set up in the opposite corner with their own stage set up. They took a stage apart, including all the stuff that's stored underneath the stage. And some of the stuff we found, there is a little storage cabinet just to the right of that back exit door. It's got little things like the slideshow and a computer is in there. It was all gone. We had to find it all. It was crazy.
So a lot of that stuff could have went missing like forever.
There is stuff that goes missing regularly out of the kitchen. Like towels and pot holders, and the last one of the coffee strainers out of the brand new coffee machine. It's gone. Nobody can find it.
Bet you it was in the garbage.
Yeah, I just gonna say, don't,
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I don't know what has to be done. I don't know how to police it, but something has to be done.
I think,
I think that, I was just gonna say, I think that brings up a whole issue in regards to both community centers. I mean, obviously yours is larger, there's things there that most people probably wouldn't use, the stage, the sound system, et cetera, when they're renting. But, there's multiple keys out. It's like to a point where you go, and how did you get in here? Like, did somebody come and physically open the door for you? And, you know, they've purchased, even just down here recently, the speakers, they have a iPad that I found just sitting on a table when we were having a function. And it was like, well, that's probably not a very good secure place for it. So there's a lot, I think, that people need to just sit down and look at, though we need to firm things up a little
I've
bit.
requested a key distribution list. Madawaska has given me one of who all has keys.
Right.
I don't think that's the problem in Madawaska. The
No, I
problem
think
is with the people using the hall, like
So
the
they shouldn't
renters.
have access to everything though, but they do get a key for garbage.
Well,
Just
they,
have to change a lock on the phone.
either that or the garbage key. Right now, the garbage key is locked in the custodian's room. So in order to give them access to the garbage, you have to give them access to the custodian room. So there they have access to all the electrical panels, so they could shut things off or turn things on or whatever. Like, who knows what they do when they're in there? There has to be different arrangement made, especially for the garbage, and it can't be keyed the same as the pods.
Why don't we move the garbage key to the kitchen and have it there? And then
And-
have different locks for the storage room and for the pod, so they can't get in there.
Yeah. And the garbage, I understand, like the garbage key is a universal key because the guys collecting garbage, they have to be able to unlock it. We used to not lock it, and we got all the garbage from all the campers on Major Lake Road. They would stop there. Paint cans from the Algonquin Forest Authority. Miraculous, we show up in our garbage pile. It was nice. Yeah, and you could easily tell them where the key to the garbage container is in the rental agreement. Or when you're renting it out.
So the person that with the rental agreement, it is a written agreement, correct?
Yeah, there is.
Okay, so the person that signs on the dotted line should be fully responsible for what's
But
happening.
if you rented the hall, would you take it upon yourself to tear the stage apart and take it out of the building and take the microphones out, take the speakers and speaker
Absolutely
stands and
not.
PA system?
No.
Like, this was different. You could rent it out 100 times, and they have rented out 100 times. This has happened once that all that stuff went missing. The stuff in the kitchen that goes missing, that's a regular thing.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, Yeah, person signed that agreement should be fully responsible for what transpired.
But they got their damage deposit back. So how do you do anything retroactive?
Yeah, I guess.
There is a case in the past where one of the renters hired the recreation committee to tend the bar. That was like 5 years ago. They still never got paid. There was a problem with the hall, with the fridges at that point. They lost some food. They took it out on the recreation committee and didn't pay them for the bartender. So, volunteers just suck it up, you know. And with that money goes back into resupplying towels and washcloths and things like that. It isn't all paid for by the taxpayers. The recreation committee buys a lot of that stuff on their own. I don't know, we just have to be more careful with maybe who we rent it to and the amount of the deposit and having more people check on things. Then Adam was only concerned about the business, apparently, when or like the building itself. There was no damage to the building.
I know, I was there yesterday and they had all the speakers, everything, microphone and everything was out.
I brought it back on Sunday.
Yeah.
When we spent 2 hours finding it all.
Yeah,
Finding it was the
no,
worst thing.
I'm just wondering whether or not, if you don't request it, you know, why should it be out? Is it
It's
a place
always
that you
out.
can store it? Well, maybe that's the issue. Maybe you need to find a place to store it. That you know where it is. It's not gonna be out there for people to walk away with it.
Stage to the wall.
Yeah, no.
Picture's bizarre.
I do think we need to look at how we're securing things down there, and including, you know, we'll change possibly some changes to locks or what is or isn't locked up to try and mitigate that, because sound equipment's not really inexpensive.
No, it's expensive.
And I can't see why they have need to rip apart a stage if you're gonna move. My experience, we always had rec staff, so it was never an issue. So
I think they moved the stage.
if you want the
without
stage
corner.
moved, generally, you'd tell us that, we'd say, this is where the stage is, that's it, that's all. If you need it moved, there's a cost and my staff move it.
Mhm.
But it was an additional cost and they moved the stage and that way it wasn't, you know, just getting shoved in a sea can in the side of the building.
Causing other damage to stuff that's already there.
Yeah. Yeah, and so, no, I think we need to look at how I'll have a chat with staff and see what we can come up with to maybe better secure some things down there to help mitigate some of the loss.
I think
I'm not gonna stop it, but it might mitigate some.
I
of
think
it.
staff is working on updating our rental agreement in that now. Like that part is fairly easy to fix, but we have to really make sure that they can't be moving stuff around.
Exactly.
And maybe up the deposit, the damage deposit.
I would.
I'm thinking, make that a substantial amount of money.
But the problem with that, you have to be careful because then you won't be able to rent it either. That's.
Do,
Well,
this
I
case,
don't
it wasn't a resident of South Algonquin that rented it. You know, and do we really want to be in the business?
know.
The rental
Rental
business for
business?
people not in the community? I don't know.
We can make that rate substantially higher to rent to non-residents. Right now, it's just like $100 difference.
Yeah.
Which was very inexpensive. I can tell you, I rented a hall for my daughter's wedding a number of years ago. It cost me $1,000.
Yeah, I think we're not charging anywhere near enough.
Like fishing and hunting license in Ontario, a minor charge, but anybody out of country, much higher.
Oh, God, yeah, and like a bear license, or, you know, if they're out of province or out of the area.
Like $100 more than for a resident, you know, it's the residents, taxpayers that go into maintaining that building.
Doesn't even have Adams a price for cleaning it.
No.
Or 5 hours, does it? I
Exactly.
mean, it's a stupid amount of money.
I don't mind for residents because their tax dollars are going into it and it's given out free for all the funeral lunches. And I think that's great. And it's fantastic. It's one of the services disappearing in this modern world
Right.
is funeral lunches. And that, I think it's very important to keep that going.
But people
But-
push the boundary, don't they?
Yes.
You know, well, I used to live here when I was sort of 5 years old, so therefore I think I'm entitled sort
And
of.
that was the, in the beginning, that was the intent of the community center. That's why they call it a.
Community center, yes.
Can I ask, do you do your own, like, does the township have a blanket rental agreement for both?
They do.
So when you're making suggestions, et cetera, then that would then imply that those changes would be made as a South Algonquin.
That's right.
Subject to council ratification, of course.
No, I'm just, yeah, that's good. I just was like, okay, well, and because I don't know, it's like, Joe, are you guys doing your own stuff down here?
No.
Because I don't know how.
Currently, we have a schedule of fees to come to council, but I think doing revisions to that rec contract. would
Well, it
be
sounds
easy.
like it needs to be done, should certainly, both ends.
Okay, Councillor Floyd, anything else?
I think so. I've vented enough.
Okay.
It's not nearly like me.
It's a good
At least I can
venting,
talk about
good venting meeting today. Anyone, any other council members like to report?
I had to go on.
I don't see any major hands up or any hands up. I'm going to go if there's any business arising from the minutes. Is there any unfinished business that someone would like to discuss? Oh my God, we're moving along. So under the correspondence, we have a couple action items to understand. I can show you
Item resolution.
the yeah.
So there's, number one is that from Sabbath, so the Golden Business Alliance. And the other four are resolutions that are included in the package.
Resolutions in package.
No. Just for the motion that we have for that.
Okay, so we have. Go to, what does Sabo? Is that a resolution?
No, it's not a resolution,
Okay.
but they are requesting that, please advise what protocol applies to these meetings. So they're talking about, they want to update that, Bernard Baker is now involved with SABA, and they would like an economic development meeting, and they want to know, when that request that would be scheduled.
Is Mr. Baker a business owner in the township?
No.
He runs an Airbnb.
Okay, well. I was just wondering why they would appoint somebody that wasn't a business owner. But if Airbnb is a business, I guess he is.
I think he's been involved with South Algonquin businesses like the inception, since its inception.
Mhm.
He's had a meeting with myself and some other people about his economic development proposal.
Lori and I met with him as well.
Yes, so I met with Mr. Baker on Mother's Day. About his proposal for South Algonquin. And I guess now, Saba has recognized him as one of the economic development officers, I understand.
Okay, now I know council has agreed to have a member of South Algonquin Business Alliance on the Economic Development Committee. No problem with that. I can't remember if that member is a voting member of the committee or not.
I think that's where there's been a delay because there's no terms of reference within your.
So that's what they're asking for. then.
Within our bylaws, I guess, or our terms of reference.
I thought we discussed it was gonna be a non-voting member.
I can't remember, to be honest.
I don't remember. No,
I don't recall that was clarified. Just that they would have a member.
Mhm.
and we don't have our economic development up and running, so.
No, we don't.
At this point in time, I think we should receive it for information. That's my suggestion to council. Is there any opposition to that?
No.
Okay, the other resolutions, I think, are they yours counterpart that you were asking?
They're the resolutions that I asked to be brought forward to endorse. And when we come to the motions of council, I would suggest that that's the time that we address each one of them in turn,
Okay.
instead of going through them now and then again.
Yeah, I have them up on the resolutions up on the,
So you want to go through them now then, the resolutions?
What, you want to do any motion for council?
we can do information, yeah, we can do that. So we'll go to information, I guess, first.
The next one is information items. Is there anything anyone wants to?
I think I had something flagged.
Okay.
Maybe not.
You can come back to it if you,
It's not that much, is there? Oh, it was concerning the letter to Dr. Koscheck, informing about the FTEs. And I'm wondering which employees the FTE refers to that they've got a half-time increase. Is it the doctor himself? Is it the staff? Is it the clerical staff? Is it the nursing staff? I don't know.
I took that as being a 0.5 position.
I did too, yeah,
From reading it, that's what I took it as.
yeah. And I'm assuming that was my understanding too. That's my understanding. And when this came in, I talked to Brian, and that would have gone to Dr. Anyway, so it was just for information.
I know that, but that's what
Yeah.
I'm asking is.
Yeah.
For it to be a little clearer.
We can check, Joe, but that was my understanding. Can we check on that? We'll check on that and get back to you. Okay.
I read that they're bringing in another person, because it says the group's complement will increase by 0.5 full-time employee. When I read it, it seemed that they were bringing someone else in.
For half-time.
Not increasing someone who's there from half-time to full-time.
No.
Starting April 1st.
Last year,
Yeah.
as in, I'm not a patient there. Has anybody noticed an increase in staff?
There's no increase in staff.
No.
Increase in
The only one that I could think of that could be would be the nurse. 'Cause I think she was only.
That's Violetta, yes.
Yeah, but.
Yeah, but it went from
Full-time,
1
though.
to
So I don't know.
1.5.
I didn't look into-
Somebody can't go to more than one is themselves. Your full-time equivalent can change. Based on the entire staff.
We'll do a check and make sure. That's, okay. We'll send an email to members council,
It could be Jim.
And find out if that position has been filled.
right? Okay. Anything else?
That's it for me. Thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, I guess it's on to me. I'll be brief. Went to AMO, did both presentations. The first one was on the mitigation funding. I met with the permanent assistant, who was Don Gallagher. The warden of the county, Peter Emo, came in with me. There was an announcement that they were bringing back $74 billion into the funding. Basically, in a nutshell, was going to maintain 75-25 and not 70-30. And that would be a 1% increase per year for 3 years. So at the end of the day, we thought, well, should we go ahead with the presentation or not? And when I talked to the warden, he felt we have the time, we didn't do the presentation, so it went well. it was a canned presentation, basically, that we got from the Renfrew County District Health Unit, so that everybody was saying the same thing at the same time with these presentations. Not to downplay the importance of that one, but the one that I was really, put my heart into, my heart and soul into, was the one on Castle Home, with the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Long-Term Care, whose, name was John Jordan, and, a very, very, very calm, presentation, in that we were well accepted and well received. At that meeting, the North Bay Mayor, Peter Cherico, came in with me, and the chair of the District Social Services Board, and the chair of Castle Home, and one of the members of council also came in with me, Lana Mitchell. So we did the presentation based on all of the information that was condensed and put forth by Brian and staff. It was very well received. We had one question which I had answered before they asked the question. Peter Cherico was the chair of Castle Home at the time in 2018, I think, when this all started. And he spoke in favor that they had no questions, and was very supportive of us getting out of Castle Home and moving this way based on where we're situated. Mark King, the chair of ESAP, and the chair of Council Home, said that he was speaking on behalf of Council Home, and that he in turn also had no problem with South Algonquin leaving. So I think at the end of the day, we got our time with the ministry. I know they can tell you today is based on what happened with the Minister of Housing resigning, is that we now have a new Minister of Long-Term Care, who is Stan Cho. So in discussions with Brian, I think what has to happen now is, my guess is it's going to take a while for the new minister to get up to par, so we're kind of starting all over. My suggestion is that we give him a couple of months, and then we follow up in terms of seeing where this could be at. And I also advised them that the regulation had been written to save them time, and we're ready to come down and sign at any time. So I'm trying to make it brief. All I can say is that I think it went very well. So I'll answer any questions you might have. The rooms were a disaster because they had 2,500 people coming into an area that didn't have the rooms. I locked in and some of my counterparts thought they were going to a very nice hotel, and it ended up being very seedy and wasn't a good experience. Anyway, we got by, and all was good at the end. Don't take a hotel by its name. That's what I would say to you.
Been down that road.
Thank you for all your hard work, Ethel.
Thank you.
I'm very disappointed that Steve Clark has resigned, because I think he had a pretty good handle on things, and I think he got caught up in something that he didn't have much control of, and resignation was the only way out. He's the guy that I talked to at Phenom about the
Yeah.
amalgamation situation. Seemed very receptive, and at least he was willing to listen.
Well, I mean, I think that, it's, you can't get rid of the premier, so that, and I was disappointed that they, frankly, from my point of view, that, they took one of the staff and just got rid of him, so, anyway, I don't think the whole Greenbelt issue was over, so.
Well, now it's under review, so.
Yeah.
It'll probably die.
Yeah, I did go up and shake the hand of the lieutenant governor, So I thought that, somebody said to me, well, you might get away with it, but we just wouldn't get away going up and shaking her hand, but she seemed very receptive and totally responding.
Who's the lieutenant governor?
Yeah, I knew you were gonna ask that, and I can't remember.
Mary Simon.
Mary's,
Mary Simon.
no, wasn't it?
Governor first.
That's the governor.
No, no, this is the lieutenant governor. Yeah,
Governor.
I'll get your name, but I had it at the time, Joe, but it just.
Good job you had it.
I knew her name when I went to say hello to her. It was running around, I mean, it was so packed in there that there was no seats, like it was like, I ended up going to the very front to try to find a seat. But everyone was like sardines and they were standing in front of all the cameras and trying to lean back on the stage type of thing. It was just, and they were flowing out into the corridor where you really couldn't hear. And it was just not, and I think they got the message, don't go to London, they can't accommodate the amount of people. So it, I'm letting Renwick Council know, Amo is in Ottawa next year. A little closer. It's a long drive, but anyway. Thank you for allowing me to go, and
Thank you, Bill.
it was rewarding.
It looks like it, at least it's gonna keep the wheel turning.
Yeah.
Good.
I think, you know, the cog is there. We also said that we've been in touch with MPP Yakabuski, who said that he would help us navigating if we had to go, he would do that, to try to get a meeting. That was when we had the other minister, so I don't know in association with Joe, the conservatives, they're going to find a way for us to get in, I think, so.
Is that the minister, the guy that was the minister of seniors before?
No, he was a minister of transportation, I think.
Okay,
There was two shows.
I think so.
There's
Oh,
two.
there's two.
One, yeah, the one was up here,
Yeah.
the accessibility.
Yes.
Four corners.
That was the minister for seniors affairs or something like that.
No, he was minister of,
Accessibility.
Accessibility.
Seniors as well.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Okay,
So there's, let me say the name was Andrew and Stan, I think it is.
okay.
And Stan isn't the one that was here, was the other one that I met. I think you were there, Joan, at the Four Corners.
Yeah, I was there.
You were there? Yeah, I think most members of council were up there. So yeah, so there's two shows. I don't know whether they're related or not, but Stan is bringing minister along.
Which two?
Elizabeth Dowd's I'm thinking. Elizabeth Dowd's.
Yes,
Yes, wasn't it?
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You tell
Sure.
him,
Yeah.
the lieutenant governor is Elizabeth Dowd.
See a picture.
Very prim and proper.
Oh, very.
Yeah. Has spoken at a lot of police funerals and stuff too.
I didn't get close to the funeral, I'll tell you. He came in, said his piece and walked off the stage, said he's not getting any question. Anyway, moving on to motions of council.
Want to talk, sorry, Mayor Valley, did you want to discuss this time
What's this one?
under new business, the calendar?
Oh, the calendar, I thought we were
The dates
leaving
and
that,
everything.
we leaving that.
That was, yeah, that was something I wanted to bring up under new business. I just wanted to check with everybody on dates that have been put in here, make sure I wasn't creating problems for people.
We did, we
And
just
if I
moved
did,
out of the
if I did, how we were gonna move dates that needed to be moved, because it's a lot easier to do it in here.
So October 11th is no more.
That one, yeah, that one's the one we will have to move for the short-term rentals, and I guess the question is, how far down the street does council would have that moved? Do you want it before Christmas? Do you want to wait till after Christmas break to have that? When would you like to have that done?
It doesn't matter to me when it is. October 11th was a bit of a problem for me too, because it's the day after my eye surgery.
Is that hunting season?
It's always hunting season.
I remember at the town council meeting, they didn't do anything during hunting. Just thought I'd ask members of council.
I would say January. I mean, this looks pretty loaded. For September, October, November.
If this looks loaded to you, just keep mine.
I don't see any meetings on here that has asset management or waste management on it at all.
But we have
Yeah,
that.
and certainly we can append those in if you want to add them in somewhere where we're doing something. I mean, certainly we've got, I think the 27th of September is still open. The 11th of October is open as long as I don't need to be here.
So the 11th of October is now been quashed. It is not the open house for the draft. Is that correct?
That's what I'm hearing.
Because I need to remove it.
That's right.
And what, if January is okay, then we're gonna be working on this new calendar for 2024, so maybe we'll stick that in there on a.
Yeah, if there are any dates in 24 that are absolutely out, please send them off to us so that while we're creating the 2024 calendar, we don't inadvertently schedule something, you've already got something that's booked, you know, a wedding or a vacation that you're going to.
Well, most of these things, most of our meetings, they're always scheduled on Wednesdays.
That's
When I was elected, Wednesday's meeting day. I don't schedule anything for that day.
And that's kind of why I was doing what I did. I heard that before, that Wednesdays were meeting days, so when I started picking what days, I went 11 Wednesdays in a row.
So the 25th of October, I will not be able to attend. I am away from the 23rd to the 4th of November.
I think,
That was the council meeting for the start time.
was there a date, was that the same date that you
I'm
had?
not here.
The 25th was a problem for you as
I'm
well.
not here, yeah.
So we can do something with that one, but I think they were looking for that 25th to 31st type of date. I'll go back to their email and I'll send out, and maybe council can just tell me what day works best. It was a Wednesday, and that's like Joe said, I was trying to keep to the Wednesday just as I heard that was kind of the day people kind of left their calendars, so we can reschedule that one as well.
Well, maybe we could look at.
The 18th of October for me, for the emergency management meeting.
Yeah, but none of us want to be there.
Well, that's moose season, I'm not.
That was my question. I knew it was going to. And don't scare the meeting.
The October the 4th, I have to zoom in. Because that's just after my son's wedding. And I've got family that I'm shuffling around backwards and forwards to airports and stuff. So October the 4th, I will be zooming in most definitely, but I will attend by Zoom.
October the 4th?
Yes.
You're available, just gonna be zooming in late.
No, I will just zoom in definitely.
Yeah, okay.
Because I can do that even if I'm mobile. So.
Yeah. No, that's why I said I just want to make sure that these dates would work because I didn't consult with council. I just started plugging. I plugging the radar together and I'm going, okay, well, when can we have this ready for council? And I didn't want to overwhelm a meeting. I didn't want to be here till 3 o'clock every afternoon doing something. So I tried to spread them out a little bit.
I may not be here on September 13th. I've got a doctor's appointment. I'm trying to change it, but that's an admin HR public relations meeting. That's you, Councillor Collins, anyway. Well, I may not be able to make that.
Okay, so changing is the October 11th, we're gonna move to sometime after Christmas holidays, and we're going to change the October 23rd date.
Yeah.
And just so that you're all aware, I'm not here on the 1st. I will not be connecting. with doing
Which one is that, Councillor?
The
it.
October
The
council,
regular council.
or November council meeting.
Okay. Well, you know, it is hard to put all of our calendars together, so I think we may have to miss something, and else we go to meetings on a Tuesday or Thursday or something like that.
Well, that was the whole idea. There are going to be times when everybody can't be present, but certainly we're trying to make sure that we're not creating a problem unnecessarily at the table. What's introduction to townspeople? That's the day to do our count, we can add something to that committee meeting, but Townspeak's the new accounting software we're moving to. And it's going to be rolled out to the community probably by the end of the year. So they'll be able to go online and they'll be able to see their account balances at home. They'll be able to pay their bills directly online. and will update their account right away. They can set up a payment schedule. They can report beaver dam problems. They can report potholes. So it's, but I wanted to bring it to council and introduce it at a committee meeting. So I felt that that was the appropriate place to do it. Certainly that would be probably I don't know if it's an HR or a public works thing, because we do have a maintenance section of that for assets, and it's also a financial section. So it's a very comprehensive thing. I just wanted to give you an overview of what that's going to look like from the public side, because the public will be able to see it and access certain things.
So should we have to put that as an asset management meeting and then maybe immediately after have a waste management meeting for council?
Joe, would that work?
I'm
At that
sorry, I
time?
wasn't listening.
We're looking at November
Would
15th.
the 15th work to put that asset management and waste management in, given, you know, that we're in the second week of the hunt?
Doesn't matter to me. I'll have my deer by then.
You mean,
That's November 15th, Joe.
well, I could have got them for you this morning when it comes to Madawaska. There were two of them there.
Was it? I hit.
Oh,
there. So, okay, so are we going with these dates then tentatively? You know.
Calendar's good for now.
Yeah.
So we only are getting changed is the 25th of October and the 11th of October.
That's
correct?
great, and we're adding asset management meeting, we will do the introductory town suite, and then we'll have a waste management meeting after.
It's going to try.
So 25th is on, then the 11th. Okay, well, somebody will update my calendar.
That's the only thing I would suggest is once you send out like a calendar request so that it goes directly onto our phone, we don't have to plug it in every time.
Yeah, I can say, sometimes I send out the calendar request and the Zoom link,
Right?
because sometimes people don't know how to accept the calendar.
Oh, okay.
I've
Or
had that.
you could teach us in one of these HR.
That's a skill I could
That's a
use.
skill.
Yeah.
Because I mean, to me, that would just make sense if somebody. is
Yeah,
saying
you can just
something.
push them out to your calendars, because obviously most of us today live with our calendars.
Yeah.
If it's not my calendar, I can't do it. That's why I forgot about my wife's trip going away, because it wasn't in my calendar.
Right.
I'm gonna follow a schedule like my second. I have no idea. Where should be new mission? 100%. First round song.
Yeah, I'm running out of battery.
Okay.
63 is
Expect
Rebecca.
some-
That's in what?
When you do November and December.
Yeah, because I was running low.
Same day.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna move to notice of the motion.
Okay, well,
Usually I merge those before.
I gotta get more, so we're going to move to motions of council if we may. I guess you all know after I have mine on paper.
Motions.
And these are yours, Joe, so I'm going to move over to you.
okay, just wait till I get them in order here.
Yeah, no problem. I have to find mine to page 63.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Oh, 63 is just a media release. That's not one of mine.
Oh, okay. Mine
About
was-
63, Joe?
53.
63.
Okay, I told you, I need surgery. Them numbers are small.
Yeah, they are.
I'm having more trouble all the time. The surgery can't come soon enough.
There you go.
Okay. Do I ask for a mover and a shaker and then read what it's? Well, then you got me all screwed up. Now I've got to go back to where the information is. But I would talk with the person that put my package together.
I can bring them up.
Okay, I will move all of these and then ask for a seconder for each one, because I'm the one that brought them forth.
So the first one's been moved. Do I need a seconder? Seconded by Councilor Silah.
The council for the corporation of the township of South Algonquin supports the resolution from the town of Shania pertaining to Bill 3. And I have it up on the screen, Bill 3.
Bill 3 is the Strong Mayors Act, or you're not sure of Bill 3, but that's the gist of it, that no matter what council decides, the mayor has like a veto power over it. And I don't think that's right. We're a democracy and it should be the majority. Although I would think and agree that the mayor should have the right to table something for further discussion. You know, kind of a sober second thought. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may add something, at AMO, the premier, they announced that 21 mayors were given Strong Powers Act. 21 new mayors,
20.
one of them being Peter Cherico, the mayor of North Bay.
All municipalities from what sounds of it over 50,000 in the province are getting the power.
Yeah, so it doesn't really pertain to us anyway.
No,
But, you know, first it was 2 mayors.
that's right.
Now it's,
Now we're coming down.
yeah. So next year it'll be 10,000 and the year after that it'll be 5,000, you know. Anyway, the motion is out there.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed, it's carried. The second one, moved by Councilor Florence. I need a seconder. Councilor Rodnick.
And this one is to ask either AMO or some other group of townships, municipalities to get together to purchase insurance, to try and get the insurance rates to come down.
I thought there was something on that, but yeah, okay, so it's been duly moved and seconded. All in favor?
I'll read the resolution. The council for the corporation of the township of South Algonquin supports the resolution from the municipality of Chatham, Kent pertaining to reducing municipal insurance.
It's been moved, seconded, and read. All in favor? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, the next one is a favorite one of mine, and it's a motion from Plimpton, Wyoming, to change the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And the best part that I got out of it was on page 45, section 4, 5, 6, and 7, where it says that the threshold for frivolous and/or excuse me, vexatious actions be reviewed and take into consideration the community and available resources in which it is applied. 5 is that the threshold for frivolous and/or vexatious also consider the anonymity of requesters, their abusive nature and language, and requests to ensure protection from harassment as provided for in the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Right now, it's slanted the other way. That the application and scalability of fees be designed to ensure taxpayers are protected from persons abusing the access to information processed. And number 7, that administrative practice implied or required under the act, including those of the IPC, and I'm not sure what the IPC is, be reviewed and modernized.
Okay, so it's been duly moved and seconded.
Hasn't been seconded yet.
I'll second it.
Okay, so seconded by Councilor Collins.
The council for the corporation of the township of South Algonquin supports the resolution from the municipality of Chatham, Kent, and the town of Plimpton, Wyoming pertaining to municipal freedom of information and protection of privacy act.
All in favor? Opposed, carried. Next one, Joe.
And the last one is about the licensing Airbnb itself. And having a requirement of Airbnb to register their renters list or occupation list with the township.
So with this, okay, go ahead. It's been moved, seconded. I need a seconder. No, it better not. Councilor Collins. Sorry.
The council for the corporation of the township of South Algonquin supports the resolution from Fort Erie pertaining to controls on Airbnbs, Verbo, and others which affect municipal records.
Duly moved and seconded, all in favor?
I think it should be noted that the two councillors that have declared conflict of interest did not vote on this issue.
Good point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, been carried. The next is the bylaws, I guess. Yes. So the first, I have to read this two times, I have to read this one thing. So the first bylaw has been moved. I need a mover and a seconder.
I'll move it.
Rodney.
Or one or the other, doesn't matter. to
Okay,
me.
moved by Council Rodney, second by Council Florence.
That bylaw 2023-765 amends speed limit on Spectacle Lake Road. The bylaw 2023-766 confirming the proceeding of council to be read a first time and be deemed read a second time.
Seeing that, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, we have to do this a third time, so I need a mover.
Can I just?
Sure, go
sorry,
ahead.
I have just a clarification. Why did this come up now? Like, is there been an issue? Has it always been 30? It was 40 from what I see, and it went now, they're asking that it went 30? Like, who brought this one up?
It was 50.
Oh.
It was 50, yeah.
But who brought it up? Like, why is this?
Some of the
bylaw
people
now?
that are living right across from Spectacle Lake Lodge, because the people are coming in that road and they're coming over that hill real fast.
So it went from a
Safety issue.
complaint to a bylaw like that. Without me or any of us, I'm
Came to the
sure,
table.
huh?
It did come to the table.
When?
Because Steve was asked to go look at it.
But when? When was that?
The last meeting, Tricia, or the meeting before.
I think it was about 2 meetings ago.
2 meetings, I think, ago.
Okay, so that would have been a resolution made from Steve that this is the best way to handle that
Probably maybe a
complaint.
recommendation.
Then to go to,
Because
I just trying to
Steve
figure this
Steve
out.
said he would talk to Barry Bay to find out because part of the road is Barry Bay's.
Yeah,
okay, yeah, all right. No, it was
Yeah.
like, how did that process go from a complaint to a whole bylaw being changed? And
Well, we require a bylaw to change the speed limit or to add a stop sign, I think.
That's right.
Under the highway traffic act. So we had already agreed, I think, as a council to reduce the limit, and this is just a bylaw making it legal.
to further down. I'm trying to remember everything.
well, I don't remember that, and I think that's where my frustration comes, is that where and how does somebody talking about something now become a bylaw, and that piece is missing somewhere
Yeah,
that I can't go back and look at and say, oh, that's how it went?
Didn't we do the exact same thing to reduce the speed
It was
limit?
June or July, the staff were asked to go back and were asked to go and get and change the speed limit. And Stephen said he would go talk to Barry Bay because part of that road is Barry Bay's, so we can't control the speed limit on it. But we did bring back the bylaw for our portion of the road.
Well, similar on Island Lake from the top of the road, I brought that forward because it was a hazard.
Right.
It's a danger, and it's a responsibility of the municipality is to eliminate dangers as much as possible. And the entrance at Spectacle Lake Lodge has always been a bad spot. I mean, I've gone there a number of times myself, and it's where the parking lot goes off here and you got cottages, there's 3 or 4 cottages sitting right there and they have young kids.
Yeah.
Some of these people come in and that whole road is.
Pretty winding.
Sure.
yeah.
it was like, where and why did we talk about this? And then it's like, how did this all become, and we're now doing a bylaw, so, or amending a bylaw. Anyways, I'm just.
does that help clarify? Does that help clarify?
Sure.
Okay, I remember,
Well, no, honestly, and again, that brings back, how many times have we said something or made suggestions? And then it just sort of, I don't know,
goes off in 40.
it goes up into the air and nobody says anything until maybe it's a problem again, so anyways. It's my So I'll rant now.
Okay, thank you.
I just really feel it needs to be burned up a little bit.
We haven't had a meeting in a while, so.
It's okay. It's,
It might have in fact been discussed at a asset management meeting.
It may have been, I think it was back
I
in,
think that's what it was.
it may have been June or maybe even the end of May, that one may have come.
Okay, so point taken that I just wasn't the only one that has questions about how it got from.
I don't have any questions.
I'm just saying.
okay, so I need a mover and a seconder to confirm this and be read a third time and passed. So can I have a mover?
I'll move it this way.
Moved by Councilor Ford, second by Councilor Collins, sorry.
I do
You
agree.
gotta put your hands up quick here. So it's been moved and seconded.
Bylaw 2023-765 amends speed limit on Spectacle Lake Road. And bylaw 2023-766 confirm the proceeding of council be read a third time and passed.
All those in favor? Opposed, it's carried. That completes the bylaws. That completes what I would say the regular portion of this meeting. I need a motion to move into a closed session.
I'll move that as well, I guess.
They've been moved by
I can
Councilor
second.
Florence, second by Councilor Spidoff, that we move into closed session.
And council for the corporation of the township of South Algonquin move into a closed session in accordance with the Ontario Municipal Act, Part 6, S 239, Section 2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality and local boards, and Ontario Municipal Act, Part 6, Section 239, 2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employee at 114.
Okay, it's been duly moved and seconded.
So